Hey, you guys ready to see my top 10 running backs in this 2025 NFL draft class? You ready to see some MF in the kitchen? You got all that plus some more coming for you right tonight. Let's get it cracking. Yo, 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 no maniacs, super no maniacs, and all in between. Welcome to some extra sauce. Got a very special one for you tonight. Not only, and you guys are gonna probably humbug and bicker about who I picked as these top 10 running backs in the class. I'm already expecting a little dust up in the chat, but these are my thoughts, my picks. And if you guys want to come on here and do your own picks, you can come on here and do it. I'll be fine with that. But this is the way I evaluated all these running backs in this class. And I almost forgot two running backs. The first two you guys are going to see are the last ones that I loaded into the drive to pull up on the screen, because I'm like, how did I get through all these backs and not pull up these two? So it's going to be interesting, the two backs that you see. But we got all that plus an MF in the kitchen coming up for you tonight. My guy Chef Trip is going to be cooking up some vittles for you guys like he does at the end of the month, every month. And I don't know exactly what Chef Trips has got up his sleeve, but it's a good thing I got a little something on my belly, man, before we got started, because I know he's going to piss me off with something good, and I'm going to want to eat something after the show anyway. But that's how Chef Trips rolls. So I'm going to pass it on to you for some pleasantries, kids. My guy in Canada, what's cracking?
See, what happens when we put a little bit of time on the intro is like heads don't show up. So we're gonna give the heads a little bit of time to show up, give you guys a little bit of respect. But I will start out with the Super No Maniacs, like my guy Marlon Johnson. He's a Super No Maniac. My guy Charles Johnson, he's the minister Super No Maniac. The Nodge is out there as well. King Booker World, Victor Perez is out there. Derek Guy's out there. I'm sure all of those homies will be coming through sooner or later. Speak of the devil, there is Osama Ben Johnson himself. Yo, shout outs to all you guys. Come on in, come on through, join in the fun. I'm gonna do the darn thing with my guy Triple. Triple I will be actually in the chat today. We got the chef in the building.
An effort in the kitchen, starring Chef Trips.
And there he is.
Hello. Hello. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
You're live and direct, Chef Trips.
Welcome to the kitchen of Chef Trips. I am your owner and proprietor, Chef Trips. I would like to thank you on the Nomad Network with the Nomad and the Canadian known as Kids, the Canucks, to our kitchen, and thank you for having me. And I look forward to preparing for you a delicious dish to which you can customize and will be inexpensive to your pocketbooks and very tasty, and it will be beautiful.
All right, what you got cooking up, man? You gonna keep it secret for? Or you gonna?
Well, we're going to turn on our heat to a medium high heat, and then now you can use vegetable oil as your oil just to get a little coat on your pan or your skillet or your wok, whatever you prefer. Because remember, when in your kitchen, you are your own chef. So you have to customize the ingredients and the foods to your dietary requirements or your taste buds. So I am using the oil right now, and for the meat, I will be introducing a pound of regular ground beef that you can find in your local Dominick's, your local Jules, your local Aldi's, your local Pete's, or whatever grocery store, supermercado that you may prefer. Then we will get a little sizzle dizzle into the skillet. And then we will break the ground beef up with this spoon as it browns.
I love the cast iron skillet, man. I always anything coming out of cast iron skillet, I'm game.
Well, that is very good. But today, nomads, we are utilizing our wok.
Oh, is that what that is?
Waka.
Waka flocka. All right.
As that breaks up and it browns, we will add a little salt and a little of the pepper.
Yeah, look, I mean making a okay. If we doing it in a wok, we're doing something. We're doing something here. I'm ready to be surprised. So Trip, I wouldn't like. Is that lean ground beef or just regular ground beef?
This is the ground beef that comes from the cow.
That's a fair answer, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
So in other words, you can use whatever beef you have available.
So
If it is very greasy, you can drain the extra fat as necessary.
you knew exactly where I was going. I'm like, okay, if that's regular ground beef, that thing's gonna make pretty good amount of oil there.
But as this now is breaking up into the chunkies, and we will keep doing it, we will introduce our next ingredient, which will be some onions.
Onion.
There we go.
And we will leave a little more to have a little more crunch later on.
Okay. Yes, now the party's getting started with the smells.
Right. The onion.
Yeah, that is very true. I wish that I had the technical knowledge and expertise to invent the smelly camera.
Let me give a quick shout out to the people that just Damascus Roberts just bust up in this piece. Derek Guy Supernova Maniac just bust in. Levante Rogers just bust up in this piece. Let me see. Vic Pereira just bust in, and Jake Capone and Don just bust up in this thing. Shout out to everybody, man. Y'all keep it coming. Keep the comments coming. Seeing what I don't know. I know just about as much as you guys. Me and kids don't know nothing. We just waiting to see where this is going.
No, we go somewhere where good, but at the same time, somewhere that leads me to straight up hunger and eating late at night. So let's see what the chef got cooking here, man.
I feel like I did a pretty good job filling up the tank this time. We'll see, man.
Oh, you filled up early? You're smart, man. You knew he was coming through. I knew he was coming through too, but damn.
What's up, Ron C. Lawrence Kennedy? What's going on, guys?
No, we multi-streaming. Go for it.
We will add our garlic to the party.
I knew garlic was coming to the building soon.
And he wasn't getting out of there without no garlic in there.
You're right, man. Them two together, now you're in for it.
I'm waiting on some bell peppers or something.
Yeah, that's yet to be seen, but I'm sure it's on the menu.
Spoiler alert, I do not have the bell peppers this evening for this recipe, but if you do have that in your kitchen, it will be more than delicious in this dish.
Mm-hmm.
That is the beauty of the customizations.
You know what, man? I'm one of the lucky people, man. Between my house where I grow the vegetables, sometimes in the summer we grow some peppers, and I give quite a few of them away. But my mother tends to go to a farmer's market out in the country somewhere. And she comes back with a couple of big bushels of green peppers and bell peppers and shit, and she's just passing them out like, "Hey, take some of these." So I got a freezer full of them.
Now, for those who have a bit of the sweet tooth, I am adding a little bit of brown sugar to our meat.
Hey,
you can also utilize honey, or you can skip this step entirely.
Swift just busted up in this thing wanting to know what you're cooking.
Do you know why we have the bread and the brown sugar?
I don't know.
that keeps it very, very fluffy and very moist, and so your brown sugar does not compact together.
So how
So
much
the
brown sugar you
bread-
put in there?
This is just the canister of brown sugar. So whatever it comes from the store, you open the package up and you dump it into the canister with the slice of bread, and the bread takes all of the moisture from the canister and absorbs it and just gets hard, no diddy, and the brown sugar remains soft and very fluffy and powdery, and it doesn't get all clumpy and stuck like when it has the moisture in it.
Interesting. That's a great trick.
Never seen nobody do that.
Me neither, but that makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna have to test that out. Prove
Well,
the theory.
that's why I'm that MFer.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
keep brown sugar in the house.
Okay, now that we have the ground beefs and the onion and the garlic, we let the heat get high, and it will cook out the grease, because we will need the extra flavors as we add our next ingredients, which will be mixed vegetables.
What's the
So
mix
no-
here? I see a little carrots, some corn.
Oh, he's getting ready to make he's going to make some stir fry.
I don't know about that.
Ah, winner, stir fried dinner.
Oh, you got it. You got it.
Stir fry Swift. I just guessed it when he put that mixed medley of vegetables in there.
Swifty guessing meatloaf.
Hey, Derek got some trips be tripping, man.
Now we get all the flavors to start marrying together, and we let that on the medium high heat, so it's not burning, but it is not simmering either.
Hey, Swift said you making some kind of Hungarian meatloaf or something?
No meatloaf, but this is a dish that if you have these very basic ingredients, you can prepare them in a different way altogether in one pot. Very quick, very fast, very easy, very delicious, and it's not the same old.
All right. Now I can sense where this is going now. I can definitely sense where this is going.
See, as now we are cooking out the excess grease.
You drain it. You're just gonna boil it out, chef?
That is correct, sir. That will add the more of the flavor and keep the frying aspect to the dish.
Okay.
What kind of rice you gonna use? Brown or white?
I am using the whole wheat, rice, not the white rice.
So that is that like long grain rice you're talking about, or just regular size rice?
I believe this is regular size. We can look in a minute, but I try to cut back and make things healthier where possible. So we cut out the white sugar. We use stevia instead, or the maple syrups, or the brown sugar, or what have you, or the the monk fruit is very good also. And we cut out the white rice, and we cut out the white flour. We only use the whole wheat flour. No white devils in this kitchen.
I'm glad to know where you're going now, because I thought you was about to make some of that hood hamburger helper. Hood hamburger helper start looking kind of like that a little bit.
Now, as this boils out, you see the heat in the wok. Now you could also sop it out, or you could pour it out, or you can let it ride and just have it as gravy.
Mm-hmm.
I spoon it out over here.
But the more we cook it, the more it will come out anyway. We will check in a few minutes. But I would like to say hello to all the maniacs, and thank you for having me. And I hope you try this dish in your kitchen if you think it is interesting or looks tasty to you. And then also, I have to say, look for my channel with all of the ingredients and the instructions on how to prepare these dishes on the website of Sports Chicago Style. And then you can also find my videos on the YouTube channel at Sports Chicago Style, where I do the video recipes. Very quick, very easy, very in, very out, very squeezy. And then we put it together, and then you see it, and it's entertaining, and then bada boom, bada bing, you get the idea, and then you do it for yourself, and it is beautiful. So make sure to follow our channel on all of the social media platforms of the Facebook, of the Twitter, the Instagram, the Blue Sky, and like and subscribe, or subscribe to the channel and like the videos. Thank you.
Hey, Scrolls in here hacking and cutting up already, talking about you hooking up some Asian prison food.
Now, as you can see, the grease, where is the grease?
Gone.
Where has the grease gone?
Oh, it went somewhere. It ain't evaporated.
But it has helped with the frying aspect, because the heat, as you can see, is nice and medium high. And you may not be able to hear the sizzle, but I know you cannot smell it because it smells beautiful.
I'm surprised.
So now that the grease is now, we will add our brown rice. This looks like the regular short grain rice. This each container holds 2 cups of rice. I have 2 containers, so that's equals to a pound of ground beef to a cup of rice per quarter pound of ground beef. So if you have 4 people in your family that you are trying to feed and you want something different and tasty, you make a pot of this.
So it looks like you already hooked that rice up. Now you're just adding it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is correct. The rice is better for the fried rice if you cook it the day before, because as we talked about earlier with the piece of bread and the brown sugar, the rice of the day old dries out as well, and so there is not the same amount of moisture, and so it fries up much better instead of adding moisture and water to your frying pot.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question now. This is probably gonna be some real cultural differences between it's just personal differences too. But when you get your fried rice, when you order your fried rice, you order out, you get your fried rice. When you get it home, when you assemble that plate to make your fried rice up, what are you putting on it? What are you putting the soy on it? You putting the duck sauce? What are you putting on it? Because I put a little soy sauce and a little duck sauce on mine.
Well, I like the soy sauce. I like the duck sauce. I like there is the duck sauce, the hoisin. There's another one that
about that hoisin. The hoisin's good stuff, man.
The hoisin, and there is another one that I cannot think of right now. But as I mix this up, as you can see, the colors are coming together, and the flavors are incorporating all together. And there's a nice sizzle going on at the bottom of the pan. So now that this is in, we will add some of the sesame oils.
Now you're talking.
We will add some of the oyster sauce.
Oh, you got the oyster sauce. Damn.
Hey, I'm seeing a lot of sweet and sour. They put sweet and sour on there. If I ain't got no duck sauce, I'm gonna use sweet and sour on top of mine. But
then we will add the soy sauce.
Okay. And then Scroll says he likes the egg foo young patty on top of his fried rice. I love that.
That is very good.
Not everybody does that.
See, I put egg in mine though. I'm along the same lines as you guys.
Well, we would normally put the eggs in there as well, which reminds me, we forgot one ingredient. I'm turning down the heat a little bit as we pull it out over here.
Hey, by the way, I like shrimp egg foo young just by itself with the gravy and all that, man.
Yes, the shrimp at Fuyang, which is basically a Chinese omelet.
A Chinese omelet. Yeah, man. Asian omelet.
Shit is a bomb.com.
But that gravy makes things different.
Yeah, it does. I gotta mute him for a second while he's scrambling over there.
Mm-hmm.
But what's going on, man? We're gonna get to some football here in a minute. Once Trips gets done setting this thing up, we're gonna get to some ball in just a minute. Y'all don't go nowhere, hang in there. We're about to get to some football, but this is interesting how he's setting this thing up.
Yeah, man. He knows what he's doing. What you
Okay,
got
now we add some sprouts.
there? Okay.
Bean sprouts.
Oh, you ain't kidding.
Yeah, he's really trying to do it.
Now we get a nice sizzle going, and we are scraping from the bottom up to make sure we are not burning anything, and getting a very nice mix.
See, Trip, that's it's like what I was messing with yesterday, man. Yesterday I was just hungry, standing in the kitchen trying to figure out what to eat. I just whipped together some crazy pho, man, some crazy soup. Found some chicken in the
Whoa.
fridge, a little hoisin sauce, some soy, some chicken broth, bunch of veggies. Just threw that all together, boiled it up. Bam. Oh, and I found a packet of ramen. Threw that baby in there too. It all worked out nice.
Ooh, very nice.
Now,
Very when you create those, as they refer to those ghetto dishes or those
Mhm.
jailhouse dishes, when all of the flavors come together and you have a beautiful medley of deliciousness and yumminess, it is a beautiful thing.
I agree.
I already know I got some Chinese coming to the house, man, because my girlfriend be at work taking breaks watching this shit on Wednesday nights. And she get to see, like, Asian is her thing, man. Like, she gonna see this, and I know she might be off tomorrow, so that's probably what we're gonna end up eating.
Well, spoiler alert: the video that I have coming out is a short on. I have a request for the duck sauce,
Yeah,
so I will be preparing that in the next video on the Sports Chicago Style channel.
Oh, sweet. Because I'm not sure which one the duck sauce is.
I still
And it is exactly sweet, just like you said.
Okay.
ain't tried pho, y'all. I don't know what that shit tastes like.
It's soup, but it's dope soup, bro.
It's basically like you know how you have the black people and the soul food have the chicken broth.
Yeah.
Well, this is the Asian form of the chicken broth, except there's no chicken. There's the fish and the local foods from their neck of the woods of the world. So they put the fish and what are the other ingredients that you had there? The Canucks.
I couldn't even tell you, man, but like things that make it taste like pho, hoisin sauce, soy sauce, some sriracha if you want a little bit of heat. Yo, I blasted it with sriracha yesterday. It was
Y'all don't
crazy.
even know what's in the shit. Y'all might be eating hillbilly heel or something. Y'all
No, I'm making it myself. And not to
Would you
mention,
like some of the sriracha there, the kids?
See, yeah, bro, there you go. You know what it is. You know.
No, but what share with the Nomad what the different ingredients you can have in your pho.
So usually you get some sprouts. You usually again get some sprouts, chicken, sometimes some red onion. You might catch like the one that I get here. It's crazy, man. It's like hot and sour. So they throw a little pineapple and tomato in there. You would be surprised how these two things go together. A little sriracha for some heat. Regular veggies. You throw some, like I threw spinach in mine yesterday. What else I put in there? Spinach and potatoes. It was delicious, yo. That's all I can tell you, man. It was off the chain, but it's because I know, like, after you eat certain things, if you got a good palate after you eat certain things, you know what it is, and you can sort of pull it out. I threw a little bit of garlic in there, a little bit of onion in there, blessed it up, salt, pepper, a little bit of that, man, little
what's
bit of seasoning salt. That was it.
What's this?
Kill it.
What's this Frozen saying?
Pho has an off-putting taste. I think it's the lemongrass. I'm a sucker. Scrolls. I'm a sucker for lemongrass, straight up and down. Sucker. Like I was telling y'all about Geneva before. Geneva got some lemongrass in it, and I'm all for it.
What Geneva?
Geneva is Dutch gin.
Y'all be telling me about all kind of stuff. I ain't got no sense of what it is.
Yeah, Dutch gin. It's off the chain. It's like regular gin kind of has like a pine needle flavor, which drives me crazy. I'm from Canada, yo. I've had it up to here with pine needles as it is, so I'm not really a gin fan. But this stuff is based on lemongrass, has sort of a citrusy flavor, smooth as all get out, but it has a bit of a kick like whiskey. Great stuff, bro. I mix that with some ginger beer. It's kind of like a Moscow Mule, but smoother. If y'all know about the Moscow Mule, that's like my latest drink. That's what I've been drinking as of late.
All right, so you gotta say what's in that.
Moscow Mule. Moscow Mule is like so it's ginger beer, usually with vodka and maybe a lemon or some lime. Same token, you can do it with. I've seen it done with rum. I've also seen it done with gin.
Hey, this guy likes onions, man. He just put some raw onions in there.
Yeah, he said he was going to save some for some crispiness, man.
Hold on, let me turn. You was muted, Trip. Let me turn you back on.
Oh yes, that I was saying that I almost forgot to add the onions later on because I do enjoy the crunch of the raw onions, but not all of the raw onions. So just a little bit more, and then now when we bowl, as we can bowl now, I almost always forget some of the ingredients. But what are you gonna do? You're gonna put them there, and it will still be lovely. And now we're gonna add a few of the crunchies.
Okay.
The chow mein noodles.
Uh-oh. Vizzo Joe knows what a Moscow Mule is.
Damn right, Vizzo. And a copper cup, brother. You know what it is, Doug. I don't know what it is, though, but that copper cup makes it taste extra good, y'all. I'm just saying, if you go to the bar and you order a Moscow Mule, they're going to go, oh, here you go. And they'll serve it to you in a copper cup. When you get about midway through and you take that next sip, you'll see what I mean. You'll know what it is.
And can we go to the full screen of the bowl there, the Catch the Canucks?
See? Oh, look at this.
Full screen.
Chunky. Look at that.
You got full screen it, right?
Say what?
Full screen it?
Can I?
Yeah.
I don't know how to do that.
I don't either.
Let me see if I can do that.
Let me see.
I feel like when I'm playing the Star Wars game and I try to fly the X-Wing fighter.
Hold on,
and it's upside down and backwards.
Oh, here we go. Oh, right. Wrong one.
What'd you do?
Ooh.
Wait, I'm learning things.
I have to find the sweet spot. Oh, there it is. There's the sweet spot. Oh, yeah, there it is. There it is. So now we can see we have our ground beef. We have our onion and the beef with the garlic. And then we add the vegetables of the green beans, of the corn, and the carrots. And then we add the brown rice, the whole wheat brown rice. And then we add some sprouts. And then we add some, before the sprouts, we add the oyster sauce and the sesame oil and the soy sauce. And then we add more onions. And then we add the crunchy noodles. So I'm going to take a taste to see how it tastes.
Tell me what it is. What's that? Them little noodles, or is it them onions crunchy?
That's the noodles, man. That's the chow mein.
Okay, because I ain't gonna lie, I'm a weirdo, man. I don't like raw onions unless it's in like a taco.
This is beautiful. It is very delicious. You can taste a little bit of the sweetness on the meat. So the meat is sweet. Watch it now, catch the Canucks. Watch out now. And And there is the crunch from the chow mein noodles, and the raw onions are very subtle, but there is that crunch to them as well. It's just not as as boisterously crunchy, but it is very good. The the flavor reminds you of going to the Chinese takeout, but typically they don't have the ground beef. It was more of the pork, of the shrimps, the different meats, but not the ground beef. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I do.
And so this has that same flavor, but with the more inexpensive, easy, accessible, but make it delicious meat of the ground beef. And no matter the fat content, you cook it until the desired amount of grease is out, or you sop it out, or you get the healthier cuts.
Trip just fucked me over.
See,
Man.
I'm learning new shit.
He's
Check it
fucking
out.
me over. He's fucking me over, man. I'm gonna have to eat Chinese tomorrow.
That's a much more robust version. Like you can make that at your crib. I'm with it, man. I'm with it, Trip. Well prepared. When you did you know what I like though? Like when you threw in your mixed veggies. What came in the bag? Sometimes you can get that Asian mixed veggies. That does it because you get them water chestnuts. Water chestnuts in there would really make it pop. You know what I'm saying?
Correct. These were the carrots, the green beans, corn, and peas.
Yeah, man. I try to get that Asian mix. That Asian mix is crazy.
So I say to all of you that enjoyed the cooking here at the Shea Trips in the kitchen, and are there any comments or the questions from the Nomaniacs in the chat while I have a swig of beer?
Well, definite comments because Levante Rogers is hungry as a muff right now. Like that's basically what's going on. Damn, Chips, I know I just got hungry. Luckily, I'm close to my home. I'm with it. That's exactly how this always goes. So I downed a full snifter of tea. Like this is finished just to try to like this puppy right here is done. I'm just trying to stay. Hey, see. So he's drinking. What are you drinking? What are you sipping on?
Well, catch the Canucks. I am sipping on the Voodoo Ranger Imperial IPA, and that is Voodoo Ranger, not Rump Ranger. And this has that 9% alcohol by volume.
Nice. That's crazy. I'm gonna introduce you guys to some crazy Quebec beer as well. So check this out. This is
Paul Rodriguez. He says, "What did I miss from Wolfgang, Bobby Flay, Guy
Fieri Trips? You missed the stir fry of the century. So this is what we call en français in Quebec, le fin du monde. And y'all know French? Nope. Any idea what that means?
Took it in high school.
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi et ce soir?
Well, no. This means the end of the world. That's what this means. And straight up and down, this is 9% alcohol, close to an IPA. This will beat you up. You will regret life decisions the following day. This is the other one. This one here is called Maudite. And that means like the devil. Like if you check the picture out in the back, it just means like the devil, like straight up and down. This is also 9%. This will put you may be visiting the devil the following day. This is a crazy beer out of Quebec I used to drink back in the day, back in them Schlitz days. You know what I mean? The malt liquor days when you're young and broke and you have access to the corner store with a couple of bucks. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, now that we are old and broke, we can drink on the inexpensive high alcohol IPAs and make inexpensive foods with the ground beef, rice, and mixed vegetables.
Everybody give it up for MF in the kitchen, man. That was nice, man. That was nicely done, man. I was afraid of what this might be. I was like, is the guy trying to tee up some spaghetti, trying to tee up some chili, and then when he put the mixed vegetables in there, I should have known when he put the sprouts in there, we was going something Asian because it wasn't readily apparent that was a wok at first. It did look like a cast iron skillet.
Wok will do
Well,
you good, man.
I thank you all very much. And once again, thank you for having me. And please let me know in the comments if you tried this dish into your kitchen and what ingredients, how you customize it with what meats, with what vegetables, or however you. But please share. I am interested to know.
All right.
Cool.
Give it up again for MF in the kitchen, man. Y'all give him a hand, man. That was nice, man. I appreciate that. All right, Trips, you need a minute to get back into the other side of this, or what? So you can have a conversation, or you gonna stand there?
Well, no, I was going to turn it back over to the Triple R as my demonstration has done, and I will let him get in, and I have a kitchen to clean up as all of my help is afraid to come to work now for some odd reason.
All right. So we're gonna tee up a little bit of conversation while you get it together, man. You ready to be taken down? I'll take you off screen.
Well, thank you once again for having me, and on the way out, once again, sports Chicago style, and play the intro or outro, please.
An effort in the kitchen, starring Chef Trips.
That's just awesome.
Yeah, it was. I was a little nervous. I ain't gonna lie to you, kids. I was just like, okay, because Trips will do some wild stuff from time to time, man. But that was pretty cool, man. It made me want to kind of venture out into a territory. He made that look very, very easy, man.
Trust me, man. We live a similar lifestyle. Me and that guy. I'll tell you that much. Sometimes you're just in the kitchen talking about like, what the hell am I gonna eat? And you find things and you just figure out things, and next thing you know, it's delicious. That's all I gotta say, man. Like that's what happened to me yesterday with the pho. You know what I'm saying? So the scrolls yesterday with the pho, I didn't use pho broth. I used chicken broth. You can run it with chicken broth too, so you don't get that lemongrass flavor. Like I know what you're talking about. But it worked out very well. It was just really that sriracha and hoisin that took it all over and really gave it that faux vibes. But yo, is what it is, man. Shout out to Chef Trip, doing it big, doing it large, doing the darn thing.
Hey man, let me tell you, I stumbled into, like, you can fuck around and make a mistake and stumble into some greatness in the kitchen when you just next thing, because I asked my girlfriend, she said she wanted some spaghetti, and all right, I make it when I get off. I had to work until like 6. Worked a few extra hours and shit. And I was just like, take everything out for me. When I get there, I'll hook it up. And so, I'm expecting there's going to be some ground beef, onions, and peppers and all that kind of stuff. She had all the onions and peppers, but she forgot the ground beef.
Oh, no.
And so many people, some people like meatless spaghetti. Like when I'm eating, fish and spaghetti, I like a meatless spaghetti.
Okay. Yeah, I read them with you. Yeah.
Okay. But in this situation, it was spaghetti. Spaghetti was the dish. It was like, I gotta have some meat in it. Wasn't nothing in there but some goddamn bacon. So
I'm sorry. Check out the scrolls though. Like if Trips was frying catfish, Minister would have magically popped up.
That's all Minister Charles want, man. Him and that catfish.
I bet you PJ would be right behind him too, man. PJ would show up too. Damn.
Oh,
sorry, bro.
I gotta start this comment that Ron C.
We'll come back to you, Ron C. That's a good question. That's a good topic of conversation today for sure.
Yeah, but so anyway, I stumbled into a situation. I was just like, man, listen, I need something, and so it was nothing in the refrigerator but my girlfriend, when we're gonna eat bacon, we eat like bacon like once a month, maybe twice a month, and she had bacon in there. I was just like, she got mad when I did it until she tasted the sauce. So I just diced up all that bacon with the onions and all that stuff and just hooked it up, browned it all up with the onions and poured that and start making that sauce on top of that thing. That might have been the best spaghetti sauce that I ever made. And it was by mistake. You know what I'm saying? It's just like I don't know if you ever tried anything like that, but I am telling you, that shit was so fucking good, bro.
Bro, like I'm telling you, man, out of necessity, great things have happened in the kitchen. I'll tell you that straight up. There have been mistakes too. You know what I'm saying? I have made a couple mistakes. I've eaten them. I was upset about it, but it's all good. I survived the process. You know what I mean? I survived the experiments. But like crazy stuff like mac and cheese with tuna on top.
Oh, you
crazy.
Wild. My girlfriend,
I know.
Gonna put Rice Krispies and shit on top of it.
Okay, what are you doing now, girl?
No, man. I told her I'll never do no shit like that again.
What are you doing now? Just a little bit of meat. Don't put no Rice Krispies
So
in
her work friend told her to try it. No, you can go to her house and try that shit. Don't bring that shit here.
What's wrong with her friend? Her friend needs counseling, bro. Counseling.
Yeah, man.
Counseling. That's not sound advice. But like a little bit, like I said, I'll throw some tuna in a skillet, throw some onions in there, a little bit of spice, fry that up, man, then pop that on top of some mac and cheese. You're good to go, man. Same thing with even better is corned beef, bully beef. Same thing, a little bit of onions, fry that up, throw that on mac and cheese. The things we used to eat when I was a little bit broke that would turn out gorgeous. You would be surprised. You'd be shocked.
Hey, you talking about some broke ass shit? What's the wildest thing you ever threw in a pack of noodles? You gotta think about it. You probably threw some shit in there, haven't you?
I'm like, real talk. I never been like a ramen guy up until recently. Like, as broke as I was, and I was, you know what I mean, coming up, I didn't have no money, but we didn't really mess with ramen. We find other things to figure out. We just figure out other stuff. But now, like even like last night, it was a ramen situation. I was trying to figure out what's going. Oh snap! There's a package of ramen in here, and it's spicy. It's going in, and like, whatever I could find in the fridge was going in this soup, and it turned out real nice.
That's wild. He said our work friend is Julie Skankowski. He gonna text me cussing in a minute because I know they probably looking at this shit.
Oh man!
All right, man. That's enough. So, all right. Before I get through with the food conversation, we gotta get nitty gritty into the football. The wildest thing I ever did, it might not sound wild to y'all, but man, it was one of them poor ass days, and being a bachelor, all I had really was just random couple of things in the refrigerator. It was some leftover ham that had been there for about a week and a half, some Thanksgiving ham, and I had some fucking ramen and a half a pack of cheese. And I made the ramen up, diced up the ham into bite-sized pieces, and mixed that shit all up with some cheese and some. Oh my god! And put the chicken powder on it, the chicken seasoning. That shit was fried.
How did you do that? How did the cheese enter the mix? Did you soup up the ramen?
Exactly. So what you do is when you empty that, get all that starchy water out, and then you put a little bit of hot water back in. Then you pour on the, it's still hot. So you put the cheese in and start whipping it up in there until it melts down in there. Then you put the powder on it, throw that ham in there, and whip it all up. Man, you got to get it a little bit soupy on the bottom. But once you're done mixing it all up, there'll be no soup left. And it's just all there.
And you would recommend this to other human beings?
Fucking right.
Okay. Fucking right. All right.
That shit was off the chain. That might have been one of the best things I ever made in my life. Matter of fact,
I'll take your advice.
The shit was crazy. Wow. So let's get into the football because I know that's
before we do, the craziest stuff to put cheese on is French toast. Yeah, it's good as all sin. You'd be very surprised, but crazy, wild.
That's lightweight weirdo shit, kids.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's super weird. It's not me. It's my wife's thing. She loves it. First time she made me French toast, there's a big chunk of cheese on it. I was like, what are you doing? what have you done? You've ruined breakfast altogether. I don't want none of this. She's like, you need to eat that.
Man.
Okay. Oh snap. It's really good, shockingly good. But yo, a little bit out of left field.
What kind of cheese was it?
Just regular, like you would say, like American cheese, like regular ass cheese,
Yellow cheese.
cheddar cheese.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Surprisingly good. Blow your mind. Oh, see, the scrolls kind of put it down though.
McGriddle.
He's like, I can see it because they put cheese on McGriddles. He's right. He's right.
Man, I ate a McGriddle one time in my life. My stomach was tore up for the rest of the day. Never touched one of them again.
Word? That's the only, like, it's the only thing. I don't go to McDonald's at all. It's the only thing I will eat at the McDonald's, though.
Really?
I swear to God.
McGriddle.
Only meal I will eat at the McDonald's is a McGriddle and maybe a hash brown to go with it.
All right. Well, right in time is Triple R.
It was Triple
Right
R.
when we're about to start this football conversation, because here's the comment that's got my attention. And, you know, I'm just read it off. Ron C says, Tevin Jenkins signed for $3 million. That's a low amount due to his injuries. Listen, there was a time when we were talking about Tevin Jenkins was going to break the bank and be a $20 million football player. How
Well,
far have we
Look,
fallen?
we thought at least $8 million. $3 million is a bit of a, like, $8 million is the number that I thought the Bears might have had a problem signing him for. 3? Yeah. Damn, Tev.
That's a man. I didn't think his market would be right. We talked about this all off season, talking about what his market might be and how can they let him get through free agency and maybe sign him back on the low end. He just didn't want to come back here.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta be. It's hard for me to believe that they didn't offer him a little bit of something, man. You know, but man, that's pretty rough right there. $3 million. That's bad.
Low wallet share is what you call that, man. Shout out to Tracks in the chat, man. Big ups, buddy. Man, yeah. I'm kind of I guess I'm not surprised. So, anyone know if Nate Davis has a job?
Haven't heard.
No, I think didn't Nate Davis pretty much be like, you know, I got my money, my mama dead, fuck football.
Damn. God. Where the filter at? Put that filter on his ass.
I mean, this is extra sauce. There ain't no filter on extra sauce.
Crazy, man.
Know how I get down.
Wow.
I don't mean no harm, but I'm saying we saw when preseason when Flus was out there hugging that big ninja. It was like, that ain't good. And that was, you know, then he was hurt and then he was not there. Then he was like, hey, I'm out. And it was like, was it because, I mean, that his, you know, she probably like drove him to Pee Wee football, was in the stands going, that's my baby. Play Nate, you big so-and-so. And, you know, was with him every step of the way. And then it's like, she's gone. And it's like, man, I don't, fuck football. You know,
no word of a lie. I heard he was doing renos, man. That's the word on the streets.
He was doing who? You said he was turning tricks.
He was
what?
doing.
What'd you say he was turning tricks? What'd you say?
No, I didn't say he was turning tricks. I said he was doing renovations.
Oh, you know,
I got nothing.
Maybe
that's what I heard. I heard he was fixing people's houses, making doing construction.
Hey, whatever he need to do to make him a happy person, good on him. But as far as the Bears go, fuck him. You know what I'm saying? I don't mean no harm. I don't mean nothing personal. But Ryan Poles was like, hey, I'm gonna get this free agent from Tennessee Titans that's been clearing away for Derrick Henry, and we're gonna bring him in here. We're gonna solidify the right guard position, and we're gonna keep it moving.
Come to find out, Derrick Henry was clearing the way for himself because
right. And then they get here, you know, $30 million, you know, later it's like, oh yeah, I don't love football no more. And I was like, oh, and so now we've been in a flux at right guard ever since, son of a. But I can't call him. That's his mama dead, so I take that back. Lord rest her soul.
I know a lot of Nate Davises, man, and they just don't have that switch, man. It's like they already don't want to really be doing it, but it's beneficial to them. You know, I'm talking about college players. They know they're getting ready to probably turn pro. They don't want to be out there, but they do what they have to do to get through the moment. Like Nate Davis, I met him a lot of times, man. You know what I mean? It's just like I'm surprised he got this far and got that much money. But that goes to show you if you can just be professional and show up to work and do your job, you can get paid in this league if you're decent enough. But he got to a point where he didn't even want to come to work and do the small things, and that's practice.
Bro, he didn't even want to put the uniform on. He would get to practice and just hold his gear, like hold it in his hands. I don't know. And this is part of the reason why I gave him as much heat as I did was just like Ryan Poles. Look at this guy. He don't want to be here. Cut bait now before you got to pay for him this season. That's where my headspace was when he made it past the bonus situation. I was like, I don't know what you do here now. Like you're gonna ride it out with this guy, and it's gonna hurt, and it hurt every single week. It just got worse and worse and worse. But hey, I'll stop piling on Nate, and then let's just sort of also look at the other guys on this line. So Matt Pryor, I thought, and I still think, played fantastic football last season in a pinch. Right, he wasn't the starter. He came out of nowhere and held things down, just like you were saying there, Trips. You know what I mean? Like we were searching for a right guard the whole time, and here comes Matt Pryor. The left tackle goes down too. Let me just send Matt Pryor over there. You know what I mean? Matt Pryor really stepped into a shitty situation and held down the fort.
You know what, kids? I don't even know if they kept him or not.
This is where I'm going. They didn't keep him. All right, and like I get it, we they basically retrofit this whole line. So in the process, they wound up not keeping Matt Pryor. I think he's still out there looking for a job too. So all this to say, like after like 60 sacks from this line last season, I don't think any one of these players who are actually on the market are really going to command very much on the market at all.
I would love to see them bring Matt Pryor back into this fold. But I know here's what I know. They're going to draft some depth. They're going to draft some young bulls at guard, you know, whether it be 1 or 2 in the draft or, you know, draft 1, get a couple of UDFAs and work with them. But I know we're going to get a couple of young bulls that come inside this building for sure. But I do love what Matt Pryor. Matt Pryor might have been the most valuable offensive lineman on the team last year. You know, lo and behold, because he just the way he moved around, he went from right guard to left tackle to right tackle. He played it all. And that's why I would say I'd give him like the MVP of the offensive line last year.
I think that's fair. You know what I mean? Like I really do. Like there were other guys who stepped up, and unfortunately they got hurt too. So Bill Murray stepped up, played very well, got hurt. Jake Curran stepped up. I think it was for like a single game and had a stellar game, but got hurt. And again, as these guys are dropping like flies, here comes Matt Pryor, comes through, holds down the fort. Like I give that guy big respect.
Yeah.
Man.
I mean, now look at what was that fucker Lucas Patrick couldn't stay on the field. And then we had the feel good guy and Musty. He could always stay on the field, but he sucked. And then we had Shelton. He was on the field pretty often, but he got his shit pushed in quite often as well. Bill Murray, went down with his injury after looking good, and we can't say that other than knock on wood, Darnell Wright. But other than that, the offensive line has just been a shit show since Poles got here, and we know we've been on his ass to fix it, and we've been, why don't we have this? Why don't we have this? But it's a process. This is what, year 4 of Ryan Poles, and we have we hope our franchise quarterback who we took at number 1. We have DJ Moore, we have Rome Odunze, we have Komet all under contract. Tyler Scott, he gets an honorable mention, even though he ain't did shit yet. And then on defense, we got Edwards under contract, JJ, whose deal looks like reasonable now as these cornerback contracts have gone through the roof. We have to address some safety issues. and interior D line, an edge, and some offensive line issues. Other than that, depth, we good. We can build toward the future. So we can't be totally mad at where we're at overall. You know, we want to be farther, but it's a process, and the power of polls compels you.
Man, Minister Charles is chefing it up there, man. He's trying to rival Chef Trip.
I'm responding to him right now. I'm about to write it now, but go ahead, kid.
I'm just saying he's doing some craziness, but yeah, this team had some troubles last year without, you know, it goes without saying. I'm just saying that after 60 sacks or close to 60 sacks on your quarterback, it's hard to go. You know, there's tape out there on you in that line. You know what I mean? It's hard to go and negotiate a big money contract. Hey, like, I'm Tevin Jenkins. You want to hire me? Sure. Well, we watched y'all give up 57 sacks last season, so we'll give you $1.50. You know what I'm saying? Like the offer is so low wallet share, it's a bit insulting, but at the same time, I think Nomad nailed it. I think there might have been a little bit of bad blood at the end of it all. I think Tevin definitely felt like he deserved a contract offering from Ryan Poles at some point during last season, and then he got hurt, and that pretty much sealed the deal that it wasn't coming. There's like, you're hurt, bro. You've been hurt every season.
And then look at his market value at what he was signed for. That tells you what the rest of the league thinks of his reliability. It ain't shit. It's not personal. He's a good kid. He rolled with the punches. He matured, you know, right before our eyes. He didn't pout, complain. He showed up to work, but his body was just like, no, I'm not doing it. You didn't have enough milk as a child, or whatever the problem is. So it's like, we see what it is, but if we want to get that late or mid compensatory round pick next season, we need Keenan Allen to sign for more than $2 million, I think, because they needed $5 million between them to get a later round pick. But that's another thing. Also, as this team adds more talent and the subsequent off seasons, the players go to other teams, we get more compensation back in return. So
I think that's the reason why Keenan Allen is still on the market, though. Really? I think so. I think teams are like, we can't really give the Bears extra capital because just two more third rounders for the Bears would blow things out of proportion. I have to say that, especially in a draft like this. If any of that capital came in this draft,
it would not be in this
next
draft.
year. It would be next year.
And it wouldn't be 2 third rounders. It would be like a compensatory, like 3rd, 4th, or 5th, whatever it is. But I mean, it builds up as a talent builds up.
I think it's actually a 4. It does build up.
You know, as the talent that you lose goes to other teams, builds up. So the more talent you amass, the more talent you lose, and hopefully you're replenishing that talent. But yeah, you can replenish that talent with the compensatory picks as they sign other places. So, you know, that we've sucked for so long, we couldn't, you know, take advantage of that benefit because we didn't have any players that were signing for more than we were signing free agents, because we've been in this loop of giving away draft picks and signing high price free agents, and it just hasn't worked out. So it is refreshing, even though Poles has said build through the draft picks that he's given up for Tooney, for Jackson, the gamble on Keenan Allen. You know, he tried to do some shit with Claypool for Montez Sweat. They were calculated risks, and
I think one out of four paid off.
Let's see, Sweat. You know, we still like him.
Yeah, Sweat paid off.
What were the other ones? Well, Jackson we just got. Tooney we just got. Allen. Do you think Allen was a failure?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. I mean, I'm not arguing.
Here's why I think I've been very specific about this. He played fantastic football last year. Don't get me wrong. The failure was that in having him as that singular target for Caleb Williams, Caleb kind of forgot about the other 2 guys on the field. 3 guys. Cole Kmet. You know, it would have forced him to actually, and that's what's going to happen this year. He's going to be forced to utilize all of his receivers, including Zacchaeus in the middle, if that's who's playing in the middle, or Tyler Scott, or whoever's going to be that slot guy, right? got your two guys on the outside you can focus on. You got Cole Kmet in the middle. Those guys will start to be utilized as opposed to him sort of, deer in the headlights, zeroing in on Keenan Allen. Keenan definitely got the job done, but it also cost us a 4th-round pick to get him here.
Real quick before we I got to swerve subjects real quick, but one last thing about Tevin.
Wait, but before you do that, after you finish your comment, before you change subject, get to Paul's comment there.
Who? Paul? Oh yeah.
But go ahead about Tevin.
Oh, go ahead. You want to talk about that?
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, well, it's personal preference. The Paul Rodriguez comments there, let Ryan Poles let Roquan, Mooney, and Monty leave. So I'm saying that he's looking at these as negatives. Personally, I wasn't mad at Roquan leaving. I mean, he was the one that requested to trade. I mean, from Poles' position, not to be a apologist for him, but coming in, new GM, this dude is like, hey, I want to reset the linebacker pay market right now. And Poles is coming in like, yo, son, I'm about to tear down this roster and rebuild the cap. Resetting linebacker markets don't fit in that scenario. And I mean, that was a fair aspect, but fans are like, but he's all pro. It's like, yeah, whatever the fuck. And then Mooney, after he came back from his ankle, I don't think he wanted to be here anymore. He just didn't have that same fire, that same zest on the field.
No, Mooney was mad, bro. He didn't just let Mooney go. Mooney was mad.
Right.
He got put in the Chase Claypool role in the offense, which was a blocking wide receiver. And between the three of us here and the world, I don't think the homie even likes blocking. I think he hates it. You know what I mean? I think he hates blocking, and he wasn't getting the target share that he used to get, which then caused him to drop a bunch of balls. Confidence was down. The connection between him and Justin was gone. At that point, he wanted to be gone too.
Change of scenery, baby. Free agency. He was like, "Yo, Chicago has been real. I'm out. Fuck all you."
Man, you gotta understand, man. Like the turmoil and the just losing by itself, just losing is awful. You know what I mean? Which for your psyche, because you're putting in all that fucking work. Like, I wish people would really understand how much work it takes just to get ready to go to training camp. We talking about training camp and just getting your body right to do that. And then getting through training camp and getting ready for a season. And it all go to shit. And you questioning your coaches and the decisions that's being made. The GM, did he do enough to protect the quarterback so we can get this shit off and make this shit work? All that shit going on. And you get tired of that. Mooney, I strongly feel like Cole Kmet is at that point in his career with the Bears right now. It's a lot of people that be like, hey, leave Cole Kmet alone. I'm not fucking with Cole Kmet. I'm just stating the obvious that I think he's probably sick and tired of this shit.
Well, he made. I don't doubt that everybody was sick and tired of Flus and his hits shit. His bull hit shit.
Shit philosophy.
Right. So that, but you see that President Warren and Ryan Poles, or Warren allowed Ryan Poles, however the situation went down, but George McCaskey backed the fuck up, gave him this checkbook and like, here you go, President Warren, handle your business. And Warren was like, Ryan Poles, handle your business. And Ryan Poles was like, all right, I want Ben Johnson. He's the number one hot shit head coach coming out. Let's sign him. $15 million, write a check. All right, I want Dahlman in free agency, the number one center coming out. We'll get with his agent. He got his new Weinstein going on. He found his Jew. Write him a check. And then, it's like, all right, we're going to get some Pro Bowl experience, Super Bowl experience up here with Tooney. Write him a check. Or actually trade for him and then probably write him a check to extend him so he can retire here. We're going to trade for Tooney. And then to finish up with Paul's comment, Monty. Monty was another one that I think the clock ran out on the time in the city. And play-wise, he's a beast on the field when he's on the field. And as we saw in Detroit, he ain't always on the field. So I wasn't mad at none of those departures of Roquan, Mooney, or Monty. If you want to look at that as negatives on polls, okay, but you can't keep every player all the time. And like I said, those guys were flipped into different players, and it's like that's the natural attrition, baby. It's a business. It's a business. You know what I mean? Y'all got to make moves. It's not emotional. Don't get emotional. We don't love these hoes.
I mean, you gotta look at it in terms of like whenever there's a coaching change, there's gonna be guys that get left over. There's gonna be dudes on this roster right now that Ben Johnson probably sees this roster in a certain way, and so does the defensive coordinator and everybody else involved in the situation. They might like a bucket full of guys on this roster, and they feel like they can work with them and win with them. But there might be a bunch of guys on the perimeter of this shit that they're like, you know what? Let's get them in camp. Let's see what happens. See if we can make something shake with them. But quite regularly, these things happen, man. So it's going to be guys on this roster. We already see Jack Sanborn's gone. No way nobody would have thought Jack Sanborn wasn't going to be on this roster. But these different coaches see things differently. These ain't the guys that they selected. They need to make this team in their image. And so we have to be able to understand that and understand that, they might, depending on what position somebody's playing in, different traits that they prefer for that position, you're going to have shit like that. So Roquan was a shorter linebacker. Obviously, they want a bigger, longer linebacker. So that's what they went and got for Flus, who's got to cook with the shit. So that's just the way I look at it. It's going to happen every time there's a coaching change. You're going to have shit.
Roquan, gone. Monty, gone. Keisha, dead. The Dutta Man, dead. You know what I mean? Times change. Got to keep it moving.
So even though, Trips, I know you're not a draft guy, you're not a college scout guy. I was waiting on kids. Maybe I'll save this conversation for kids, but
well, while you're doing that, while we're switching up, shout out, you get the Nomad commercial ready there, Nomad. While I give the pleasantries and a shout out to the chef Trips he was on earlier. Hope you try that recipe because that looked good as an MFer. Yeah, it did. That ground beef stir fry thing he had going on. Yeah, that's what's up. But Sports Chicago style, that's part of the content that we get jumping off. We got Chef Trips with his video recipes. And then we got Coach Tripping and Trip with their self-defense thing that's coming right along. The foundation, the flow, and the fight. Trip Kundo. Oh, yeah, it's coming. And then Trip does his exercise vlog. And then we talk Chicago sports. All of that. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, Sports Chicago Style. That's also the website. That's also the Patreon and Ko-fi, should you want to support that way. Good looking out. And then there's the social medias of Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Blue Sky. Sports Chicago Style.
An effort in the kitchen, starring Chef Trips.
I ain't gonna beat too many more motherfuckers, yeah?
That was beautiful. Now, that was for Sports Chicago Style. Now, Wildcats are still out making water, or number 2, whatever he's doing. To be a Nomaniac and to help to support the network, Nomad, show him how to do that as Kids is returning.
Oh my God, you putting me flat on my ass right now.
But that's why you're the super producer, because you get those fingers.
That's why I'm not. But hey, you want to help the channel out, you want to help us grow. This is how you do it. Just go to the YouTube channel and you go to the icon, not to a podcast. It's the first thing people do to mess up. You go to the YouTube channel and you see the icon. And right under the icon, you'll have several different things that scroll to the right. And when you scroll a little bit, you'll see it says join. Just hit the join button and become a Super Nomaniac and help us out, man. I can tell you guys right now, just by way of the memberships and by way of some of the super chats and the donations you guys give like that, you haven't seen the results of what you just paid for just yet, but it is coming. I'm putting it to good work, and you guys are going to see real soon what those things that every time that you give to this channel, it goes to a good cause, and it just helps us grow this channel. It's going to help us blow this thing out, branch it out a little bit, and get to where we need to be. So just so you know, you're not just pouring money into a hole. Every time you guys, those little dollar donations, they add up. And at the end of the month, after the bills are paid, you got a little extra, you can do some things. And so you guys are going to find out starting this week, later on this week and early next week, exactly what you guys have been paying for. You're going to get you'll see real soon. So just know that everything that you do, if you got a membership, if you give super chats, it's going to a good cause, and we're able to do more and more the more generous you guys are. So appreciate you guys that are already Supernomaniacs, and appreciate you guys that will become one in the future. So just thank you guys ahead of time. You'll see what I mean by, your money does help. So, all right, kids. Well, what happened, man?
Right.
You had to change your baby or something? Kids, you muted.
Stop. You muted. You muted. You still muted. No, you're still muted. Oh, he's still talking though.
You muted, bro.
He must have went to hit the pipe.
You muted, kids.
Damn it.
You've been talking for the last half hour muted.
Holy smokes. I just said I was thirsty. I had to get a drink, and I had to water the plants. See a man about a horse. His horse is all right. We're back.
So sometimes when you see him about a horse, you forget that you got to drop the kids off at the pool, and you get that.
Sometimes, like if I was dropping the kids off at the pool, though, it might take a little bit longer. You know what I mean? I might still be at the pool, but here we are. We're good. We're good to go.
Here's a question mainly for you, kids, but Trips, you got to know a little bit, so I'm sure you're gonna have something to wade in here. But just give me a name, and if you want to, give me a reason why.
Okay.
Where do you think the Bears go at 10? Don't tell me what you want, but where do you think they will go, given all that you accumulate as far as your understanding now?
I'll give you the two answers. Okay. I think they select Ashton Jeanty. If he's gone by the time they select, I think they select Mason Graham. I'll give you three answers. If he's gone by the time they select, I think they pick James Pierce. Those are my three at 10. And the reasons why is mainly because one guy's gone or both of those guys is gone.
So on your polls is Hallis Hall big board, you have Jeanty, Graham, and then Pierce, or Graham, Jeanty, then Pierce, or yeah.
I have if I have a big board, it looks like Abdul Carter, who I don't expect to be there. I would then say Jeanty, who I don't expect to be there. I would then say Mason Graham, who I don't expect to be there. I have a strange feeling all three of those guys are going to go. Potentially one of them falls. If one of them falls, that's the guy we select. If none of them fall, I think we go and get the tippy top edge rusher. And I believe in my opinion, I think that guy is James Pierce.
All right. Well, technically the tippy top edge rusher would be Carter, right? So would Graham be the first offensive lineman off the board?
Graham's the defensive lineman.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking Campbell. My bad.
I'm thinking Campbell. Campbell would be like the next guy in my big board after Mason Graham. I don't expect him to survive past 10 either. I think some team will select him simply because offensive line is of the utmost importance. And there's a lot of teams with decimated offensive lines out there. I'm talking to you, New England Patriots. You know what I mean? So like I don't see Will Campbell getting past the Patriots. I don't see the potential of Jeanty going to the Raiders is high. The potential of Graham going to anybody because he's just that damn good is high. And I don't think Abdul Carter makes it past the top 4. So that's kind of where I'm at. The guys who are high on my big board might not even make it to where we sit.
Well, and how deep is your board that if your polls has your board, because you don't know what his actual board looks like, how deep is your board before you are willing to trade back at 10? So you got Jeanty, Grant, and Pierce.
Personally, if the three of them are already selected, I'm aiming to trade back because I can get Pierce after a trade back. There's three high
So those
caliber.
are your, would you call those your blue chippers?
Those are my blue chippers, bro. So again, Genty, Abdul Cardi, not in any specific order. Genty, Abdul Carter, Will Campbell, Mason Graham. There's got to be another one in that mix. Oh, what's his name? The hybrid wide receiver DB. Help me out, chat. He would be the
Travis
that's
Hunter?
Travis Hunter. That's my top 5 right there. I don't expect any of those guys to be there. I don't expect the Bears to go after a Travis Hunter because we already have 2 solid guys on the outside wide receiver and 2 solid guys on the outside by way of cornerback. So yeah, that's my big board. Once we get past those guys, I would be aiming to trade back. I know I can get it. I know he could get James Pierce after a trade back, depending on where the trade back lands. And worst come to worst, you get Nick Amenwari, who's the next guy on my list. You know what I mean? He's the next guy on my list. And you get the edge rusher with 39 or 41.
Now let me ask you this, because they're obviously being the Ohio State University. The Bears contingent was there at their pro day, and Josh Simmons was actually moving around.
Oh yeah,
yeah. From you know what I mean. So he could be back in actual play as oh shit, he's good to go. He's healthy. Does that change your view at all at 10?
No, I would still trade back for Josh Simmons.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? For me, because of the question marks around him, I think he falls, and I don't mean very far, but I think he falls behind Kelvin Banks. I think Kelvin Banks is much closer to the Bears 12, the Bears 10 pick than anything else. I could see the Bears selecting Kelvin Banks at 10. Personally, I would trade back, especially with the knowledge. Like I hope they bring him in for a 30 visit if they can. And we're talking about Simmons here. I hope they do, because that's a perfect scenario as well. So like I'm saying, so there's 3 guys that I would be looking to select after a trade back. Pierce is one, Simmons is the other, Amenwari is the next.
So let me answer my. Go ahead, kid.
No, you go.
I thought if you're not done, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to answer my own question, and the original question was, what do I think they want to do at 10? I think if they keep this pick, I think there's a couple of players, 2 or 3 players, maybe 4. And I think they really would love to get Will Campbell if they can get him at 10. I really think that's what they want to do. If they cannot get Will Campbell, they might strongly consider to get Mykel Williams at that point. And I really don't know what they might think of Mason Graham. I really don't. I really don't know what they think of him, but he's in that conversation too. You got to throw him in that conversation. But here's what I do think. I think depending on how this thing plays out, if Will Campbell is gone and there's any kind of conflict about whether or not to get Mykel Williams at this point, they're probably still debating on whether they think he's worth that pick. As I'm hearing stuff out of Hallis Hall from Biggs that they like both of those 2 players a lot. Talking about Will Campbell and Mykel Williams. Now, if there's any kind of question mark surrounding either one of those 2 guys, and if one of those guys, I know Will Campbell's going to be gone. I'm pretty damn certain he's going to be gone. But if he's gone and there's any questions about Mykel Williams, that's the part where I think they can move on, go ahead and take a trade back if there's offers for it. But I do think if that board shifts just a little bit and tilts just a little bit, somebody goes off that board in that first handful of picks that nobody expects to go, that could change the game big time. Like that just heard, I think Levante Rogers might have said that he's hearing that Armand Membo might go before Will Campbell. That would shock me. That would shock.
Don't be surprised. Again, if you, I'll say two things. If you specifically need a left, if you specifically need a tackle, Ahmed Membu might be your guy. I'm just saying. Not to take anything away from Will Campbell, because again, Quentin Nelson went in the top few picks. He's not a tackle. He's just a future Hall of Famer at his position, right? So a little bit ambiguous as to what the position is going to be for Will Campbell. I think he's going to be a guard. Levante just lit up a fact.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Campbell, I saw something on the Twitter where Campbell was interviewed, and he was like, "Yeah, ain't nobody said shit about my short arms all season, and I was wrecking shop. Now I got measured. All of a sudden, I got short arms. Fuck all y'all." And I'm paraphrasing.
And it's for real. It's real, man. I can't watch his game. Like when I watch his game, there's nothing about his game that says to me, okay, his shorter arms are inhibiting him. Like, I dare anybody to watch him consistently play football and come back and tell me that those short arms are inhibiting him. Like the only person I seen him really give him work was Landon Jackson. You know, but again, I haven't watched all the games. I don't see that. I think he's gonna be fine. I really do. I think it's just a whole bunch of bullshit. You know, that's just what happens this time of the year when it comes time to draft people. But you dominated at the SEC. This is the highest level offensive lineman can play in college. He's dominated at the highest level. Why doesn't that translate?
Like I say, it's going to translate, just not necessarily at the position, right? Like that's just the facts. I think the kid's elite level. He's an elite level offensive lineman. Again, I'm not sure if he's an elite level tackle in the NFL. I'm about to say similar things about Josh Simmons now that Levante Rogers kind of clued me into his arm length as well. He's only got 33-inch arms, which is just about a half inch longer than the guy we're talking about right now. Just want to put that out there, especially if we're talking about Ryan Poles and looking at his three key draft picks on the offensive line. You can even throw the Canadian Eagle into that mix. All them guys got arms.
Mason Graham is the one I'm worried. I think he might drop. I got a feeling he might drop.
I don't know. Like, real talk, I think if he drops, it's because Jackson Dart made it in the top 10. Like, there's really no reason other than, hey, we desperately need a quarterback that kid should drop. He is a special player. Doesn't matter what team he winds up on, the world will see it soon enough. My only questions, and I think we addressed them last night with Swifty. Swifty gave me a good little, a little spin on how they can use him in rotation. My only worry was, like, how do you get him on the field with Javon and Grady Jarrett in front of him? But there are ways to do it, right? So
here's what I think, man. I believe in every draft. See, here's the thing. We buy into what Mel Kiper and his, analysts say, what's going to happen in those first several picks. Every single year, there's going to be a player or two that sneaks up in there that's way better than people are projecting them to be, where they're projecting them to be drafted. Like, it's a couple of guys that come right to the top of my head, and I picked them on that mock draft that I did yesterday. And that is Landon Jackson and Jonas Savaiinaea. Those guys are dogs, man. And, I'm not saying they're going to jump in the top 10. Not saying that whatsoever, but there's always that looming. There's some teams out there that really target somebody. And if they start getting a little nervous, like, I don't want to wait that long, somebody might get them. Teams start getting a little jumpy and iffy, and they start doing stuff that's non-characteristic of what they should be doing. And so every year that happens, man, somebody's going to get nervous and jump. They're going to want to move, and things like that happen. So be ready for that. So it's never going to play out quite the way these analysts say it's going to play out, man. Like, when you look at the film, there's clearly much. I think they're better three techniques than Mason Graham in the draft, but that's me. That's just me looking at the tape and having my own determination on what I see. But I got a couple of quick. Let's. I got a couple of hot topic questions for you guys. We can run through these. The first one is okay, kids. Who's the starting based on what you know now? Who's the starting defensive line starting tomorrow?
What are you talking? On the Chicago Bears?
Who's our starting four?
Wow.
Well, this is a group project, right? Because we're so we got Sweat.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You got Grady.
Mm-hmm.
You got Big Dex.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
I would actually say Billings instead of Big Dex, to be honest with you, the starter.
Billings ain't gonna start, I don't think.
You don't think so?
Don't
One of the
think.
two of them being paid. That's all. That's all I'm basing it on.
well, I mean, but do you put well just before we, since I guess the ultimate point that Nomad's saying here is who's the starting right defensive end. But before we even get there, in the middle, you got Big Dex, you got Billings, you got Grady, you got Pickens, and you got Ford. So starting, you would think that it's probably Billings
Billings and Jarrett.
and Jarrett and Sweat and TBD. And then coming in, you have Dio.
Mm-hmm. You forgot about him, didn't you?
I forgot about Dio. Yeah, he would start probably.
Yeah, he's the starter. So that's your
Yeah.
four, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, easily. That's the starters. You know,
So Sweat, Grady, Billings, and Dio.
Got it.
Right.
so all right, pretty unanimous. Let's go to the next question. Does Braxton keep his job when the smoke clears?
Look,
Ah,
I have an answer to that being yes, but the answer is hinged on whether he has recovered fully from his recent injury.
uh-huh.
If he's good to go off of that surgery, okay. You know what I mean? He's going to have to. I think there's competition to be had at that position. But I also think that Ryan Poles is going to lean towards the guy that he's drafted and has started to excel in that role. You know, all the more reason for Karan Amagaji to come out there and say, bruh, I'm the dude. Or, you know, a potential, you know, left draft pick at the left position, at the left tackle position to say the same thing.
Well, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
I sent you I'm looking for a particular message, but in the interim, I sent you something that we can play with no copyright issues. And then your next message will be something that about Braxton Jones.
What we doing?
We're adding to the content of the program, sir. Settle down.
What the fuck are we saying?
Are you
Wait,
sure there's no copyright issues with this? You sure?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna take his word on this.
I mean, it's
All right, we're gonna see. What is it?
This is something from the good Dr. Mason West. Shout out to you, my brother.
You as a prospect. For 2 years, nobody had any measurements on me, and nobody said anything about my play. So now all of a sudden, an arm length decides if I'm a good player or not. I think it's BS. But you know, any decision makers in the NFL, they don't really care. It's all, you know, people who don't coach, and they don't coach for a reason.
yeah.
The truth.
Damn, Will ain't playing around.
That's the goddamn truth, man. There's just too many people sitting there on on the couch or when they lazy boy having a whole lot to say. But I'm like him, man. I'm almost fully guaranteeing you that there's it's got to be some idiot somewhere in some NFL building that's probably saying that he's an idiot. But if you look at that guy's tape and you still coming away with, oh, I'm worried about his arms, smack his ass and send him home. Take his fucking key card, his key fob, all that shit. Tell him you are no longer employed here.
You know what? I like how Maddie looked. Like I'm gonna bring this back here for a second, just for a second here. Hold on. Like he look real mad right now. He doesn't look like he's in a good mood, and I kind of love it because I can see him just taking it out on the NFL sometime, in September. Y'all talk about y'all talk about my arms. What's up with my arms now? You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
What's with them arms now?
Tell him, big
I like
country.
these arms. You know what
Tell
I'm
him,
saying?
big country.
I
Now
don't know.
I sent you another. Now back to the subject at hand. Braxton Jones. Will he be able to start? This upcoming 2025 season. Now, according to this video that the Canucks sir is about to play,
Okay.
here is where Braxton is now. The last week of March.
Okay. Yo, the good doctor's doing the darn thing out there. Shout out to the good Dr. Mason West. So
He's
this
out of the
is-
walking boot.
This
Is
is Braxton
Doc
Jones.
working with him, or he just grabbed his film?
No, this is Braxton Jones.
I'm
So
saying,
Braxton posted this on his.
is the doc working with him, or he just grabbed his film?
No,
No, I think he just grabbed the film.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he just grabbed the film. This
But I
looks
mean,
like.
he's still limping.
Good point. Yeah, you see that? You catch that limp, huh?
If he's ready for training camp, he'll barely be ready at this point.
And so, I mean, that's my only apprehension is instead of him continuing to get stronger below the waist and help set that anchor, he can't get stronger now because he just got out of the goddamn walking boot. And now he has to rehab and get flexibility, range of motion, rebuild the just basic strength of his lower body and that leg and that ankle. And what's he not doing? Training for the season, preparing, lifting big plates of weight. He ain't doing none of that shit because he's still in the rehab, still in the pool phase. And so that, makes me think it's like, Mace, was it Graham, the Connerly, the whoever the fuck at left tackle is probably going to get a real good look because remember, this is a new offense and Ben Johnson don't know nothing about no Braxton Jones. He's Ryan Poles guy, so Ben is like, hey, all right, we traded for our all-pro left guard. We got the top free agent center. We traded for a solid, possible Pro Bowl right guard. And then we have an up-and-coming right tackle. Hey, Ryan, the fuck we doing at left tackle? Oh, well, we got this fifth rounder in Braxton Jones that you mean the little dude from the HBCU was pushing his shit in every time we played Detroit? That's my left tackle?
And he listen, I don't want to take anything away from Braxton Jones. There's traits about Braxton Jones's game that I know that Ben Johnson probably likes, man. He's fast, he's quick, and you need to be that kind of guy in the kind of attack that I think Ben Johnson is going to employ.
It's almost April, he's still limping.
Yeah, he's gonna want to get after people on the ground, and a quick, fast, twitchy offensive lineman like Braxton Jones is going to be a nice piece to have. However, I do think firmly that they plan on really upgrading that position and making Braxton Jones earn it. Now, given what I just saw on that tape, I don't know that he's going to be in any position. You got to realize, man, April is going to be here in a few days. April, May, June. Next thing you know, he's just getting out of a boot. Now he's just got to try to work and get working strength back into his leg now. And now after that, now he's got to get functional strength in his leg. Two different things. And the third different thing is getting football strength back into his legs. And you want him to get that done by June and compete for this job. It's going to be hard. Just saying, it's going to be hard.
And he already had a little bit. He was a little bit lightweight with the bottom half as it was. I don't know. I ain't trying to. So shout out to Brandon, man. Thanks for coming through. All y'all like, share, subscribe, give us a little bit of love. Do the same thing for Keds of Canuck on my channel. Please like, share, subscribe. I would appreciate it. In any event, I've been saying it for a minute. I don't know if he's going to be ready when training camp rolls around. And for that reason alone, I kind of expect a left tackle to be selected with one of those first 3 picks. let's be real. We can't really roll into the season with a question mark like this. Every other hole has been filled and has been managed. This is the one that's kind of glaring right now. Not to take anything away from his play. This is be like factual here. Not to take anything away from Braxton Jones. What a do, Cliff Victoria. But he's got a long way to get back to where he was, which was getting bull rushed all the time.
Shout out to Black Diamond. Black Diamond just bust up in here. What up, Petty?
Hey, Petty.
What up? What up?
But yeah, it's he's got a little ways to get back to that position, given his injury. All the more power to you, brother. You know what I mean? Get there, Brax. I'm just not sure, man. I wouldn't want to go in. I wouldn't want to go into the season betting the left tackle position on a guy who's coming out of surgery.
Shout out to my guy Brandon Byes. He said, "Hey man, y'all got the best channel on the net." Appreciate you, my guy. That's
Brandon.
Grateful for that, man. We go hard, man, but we just be ourselves, and there's thorough, real good football content that comes along with the BS that we do. We cook and we do all kind of stuff on here, and that's fun and that's great. But we know what the nuts and bolts of this channel is. It's about the football, so we bring it. So we appreciate you, Brandon, for that. Y'all want another hot one?
Let's go. What do you got?
Zach Pickens, and this is for you guys in the chat too. Will Zach Pickens rise to the occasion and become the football player that we think he can be?
I don't know, because remember
you
that
love stuff like this, though. You man, he loves stuff like this. This guy.
Man, you remember the video we just saw of the defensive lineman down in Florida working out?
Mm.
And was Pickens there?
Grady
was there. Grady Jarrett, that old fucker. The 30-year-old guy was down there getting better, honing his skills, along with Booker, Sweat, and Big Dex. Where was that Pickens?
I didn't see Pickens in that particular
because he wasn't there.
Montage.
It was only four. It was 4 players there. He wasn't one of them. That's what that was the question. Not like why wasn't he pictured? Why wasn't he there? Working out with them. That's my question.
Oh man, it is a good question to be posed.
It's probably a pretty good excuse, man.
He was on vacation. He
don't want to read into it too much. It could be some shit going on.
See, Nomad loves stuff like this, man. So
yeah, but when I see the team working out, when I see the quarterback and wide receivers, in some field on high school field playing catch, learning each other, getting comfortable with each other, building that camaraderie. I want all the receivers there, and the ones that are there seem to want to put in the work, where the ones that aren't there, it's like, well, what, you on vacation? All right, but it's time to work. You know what I mean? Let's get better. And if the old guy's there, why isn't the young guy who when he was on the field with his groin injury issues, he didn't produce? And not to throw draft status into it, but I'm throwing draft status into it. He has expectations. They're all in the league now, no matter where they got there from. But we invested a lot of draft capital into him. And it's like, where's the return on that investment?
Well, if you don't mind, guys, let me answer Cliff Victoria. Shout out to Cliff who just busted up in this piece. He said, "No, man, can Pickens rise with good coaching?" That's what I'm looking forward to. Here's the thing. This is what I think happens, man. And I said this, I made a whole video about this, talking about this whole subject. Here's what I know. It does take a college defensive lineman, some time to really, really develop what he needs to become in the professional ranks. Do I think, it's going to have to be a no. So what I see on tape, and this goes back to when I was looking at him at South Carolina, what I see on tape is he half-asses it on a regular basis in the run game when he's supposed to dominate and make plays behind the line of scrimmage in the run game. You hardly ever see that. He'll make plays on the quarterback, but make plays in the run game and being a dominant force, being a dominant presence against the run is here and there when he was in college. Same thing in the NFL so far. He has not made his presence known on the football field consistently enough. Now, can a coach come in and change that mindset and trigger Zach Pickens? Guess what? All I can tell you is I hope so. And he has the talent to turn it on. Does he have the switch? Does he have the switch? And I think that the D-line coach that's coming in here is going to try to tap into Zach Pickens and say, you know what, man, you too goddamn talented. I need you to be a force of nature on this football field. I want every time you are in this game, I want to look at this tape and I want to make sure I know Zach Pickens is on that field. He's going to show me he's a presence. That's what you need out of Zach Pickens. Right now, you haven't gotten it consistent enough. You see flashes of it. But on the film, it's just here and it's there. You know what I mean? It's just really not consistent enough. And I'll tell you, this is the last thing, Cliff. If he does not, he's gonna develop somewhere else because he's gonna get bumped out of the rotation and they're gonna get some other dudes in here. Either you get it done or it's the NFL, not for long if you ain't getting your damn job done.
You just nailed it, though. They just did, and his name is Grady Jarrett, and that's why I don't think he's going to get the job done. See, so the way that I liken this is to a certain Mr. Scott last season. And what I was saying last season was, you got Keenan Allen, and Tyler Scott's just not going to see the light of day very frequently. And unfortunately, I think that's where Zach Pickens is now in this rotation. So what we know is that he can't play the nose. He's not good at the nose. So that position is already sealed up with our guy Billings. That position is already sealed up with Ford behind Billings. Heck, Dex will go over there and do some damage. So will Grady. I'm not sure how much snaps Zach Pickens is going to get now. I'm not sure how much.
Don't forget your boy Ford.
I said Ford. You know what I mean? I said Ford. Ford's in there, man. He's in there. He can play the nose between him and Billings. Those are the two guys in that position. So we know that definitely Zach can't play the nose or doesn't play it very well. So those guys are ahead of him in the rotation, and just due to that. And we're talking about 3-tech. He's the third 3-tech, and heck, whole bunch of folks out there are pining for Mason Graham. You know what I mean? If Mason Graham makes it onto this team, good night, Irene, as far as Zach Pickens is concerned.
Let me answer Levante's question. He's responding to the original question I asked you guys. What does rise to the occasion mean in football terms? That means he's going to have to hold down his roster spot. In my opinion, you got to earn your roster spot. And so you want to keep your roster spot. You want to remain in rotation. Can he rise to the occasion and earn it? That's exactly what I mean. It's just, he's going to have to be way more consistent than he's been. And I know for a fact that I tend to not mention stuff like this, especially when I did that video. I looked at that video and I didn't mention it enough. But him playing nose guard, being the backup nose guard to Andrew Billings didn't help him whatsoever. That definitely hurt him. Definitely hurt him. So he's been playing out of position now. I think he has a chance in this style of defense. It really fits what Zach Pickens is. That's a very quick twitchy, get up the field really fast and get inside the backfield and make things difficult. It bodes well for Zach Pickens. They wouldn't have brought Grady Jarrett in here if they didn't have questions about Zach Pickens.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. And that's why I'm worried about it. You know what I mean? I don't know what level of snaps. Like if somebody gets injured, he'll get an opportunity. I think that's really what rise to the occasion means. If somebody gets injured and it's okay, Zach, you're in. Zach needs to perform admirably and or better potentially than the guy who was in front of him in that lineup. That's what we need out of Zach Pickens. But to be frank with y'all, I just don't see him I don't see him getting a lot of snaps. I think
look at OKC Bearcats. He's dead ass right. Dio's going.
Yeah, Dio going to get in there too. You're right, OKC. I saw it in the chat. You're right. So I don't know. I unfortunately, as high a draft pick as he was, he's kind of odd man out right now as a DT on this team.
And also Hardy's pushing him.
Hardy pushing everybody, bro. Like if he could really, man, if he was just better on the edge, Daniel Hardy could do just about everything on a football field, man. I don't know. They got to find a place for him to really be impactful because he is specials. He's crazy. I don't know, man. Danny Hardy's a great football asset to have.
Kids trips and the No Maniac, Super No Maniac, something I want you to really grab onto right now. Understand this. When we're having a discussion about whether or not a talent is as high as Zach Pickens might not make the roster and might not make it, we're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. There was no way in the last 2 years that he wasn't going to be on this roster and wasn't going to be on the rotation. Now we got questions on whether or not he'll be in that shit. Oh, we're doing a whole lot better than we were yesterday.
Well, it's a good, you know what I mean? It's a good, what they call a good problem to have. You know what I'm saying? It's a good problem to have. We've got guys now who are that much higher in the rotation that we don't really have to worry about Zach. But yeah, Scrolls. That's what I've been saying, though. Yeah, Scrolls. You can throw.
What Scrolls say? What did he say?
The Scrolls are saying, I think what you guys are saying is it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to draft Graham either. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but I've been saying it. You know what I'm saying? We might not even get, like, if Pickens is buried in the, like, this is what happens now. So if Pickens is buried in the depth chart, and that's what we're discussing right now, I think everybody can agree. We add in Mason Graham into that mix. Guess who's next to become buried in the depth chart?
You know,
Trevon Dexter.
Well, no, because is the rookie going to come in and outplay Big Dex? We've seen how he's been showing up and how he's been progressing. You know, is the rookie going to come in and outplay Billings or roster spot Jarrett? You know, there's depth on the O line, so that first pick on the D line.
Let me ask you a question, Trish, before you finish that. Let me ask you a question. Now, we're talking about these two football players. We're talking about Zach Pickens, we're talking about Trevon Dexter. Well, answer, if you don't mind, answer both of these. Have you seen a switch come on in Trevon Dexter? Have you seen a switch come on in Zach Pickens? In either one?
Dexter, yes. Pickens, no.
Dexter got another level.
Dexter does have another level. The problem is really just the fact that they double team him a lot. So you don't see it as frequently as you would like because, again, teams are countering it. Zach Pickens has had the opportunity to show us that switch, and it didn't work at both 3-tech and at nose.
I definitely know that's what they need to. I think that's what they want to find out. Does Zach Pickens have a switch? I know for a fact Dexter has one. And he's got another level to his game, but so does Zach. But he just got to find out if he got, like I made the name of that video. We got to discover the dog in this guy. He's got to discover the dog within himself, or he won't be on this team. He's got to discover it quick. But that's my take on that. Unless you guys got anything else to say on that, we'll move to another hot topic real quick.
Yeah, before we move on, something that Keds mentioned, just to clean up a little bit, that Keenan Allen took receptions away from Rome, from DJ, from possibly Tyler Scott. What irritated me to no end, among many things, last season was DeAndre Carter and him getting those fourth wide receiver possessions or reps over Tyler Scott. It's like, what are we doing? You know, we're not bringing DeAndre Carter back. We have Tyler Scott as a developing young guy. Throw that dude on the field and let him play. What are we doing? Why are we not trying to develop players going forward? Give them experience, give them reps. What the fuck are we doing?
Hold on, kids, because I got one more question to answer before I got to switch it up. I'll let you, if you got something else to say.
No. Go ahead, man.
Vic Perez says, he says, do you think Chris Williams steps up and Pickens becomes a cut casualty? Listen, and I said this to you guys a few times on a podcast. When I look at when I reviewed the film of the season, and I'm looking at these guys as reps. Trust me when I tell you, and there's a reason why they tendered Chris Williams and kept him on this roster. There's a reason why you saw that guy in rotation a whole lot this year. He outperformed Zach Pickens for sure. For sure. He was better at Zach Pickens' job. Period. But
I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't even want to admit that, but you're probably bang on right with it. It has a lot to do with, again, Billings going down. When Billings went down, the team was scrambling to try and figure a way to stop that run, and they could not. The immediate answer was, we'll throw Big Zach over there, and it didn't work at all. It was a liability. Then they threw Chris over there, and Chris did a heck of a lot better than you would expect. Actually, to be honest with you, they threw Byron Coward over there first, but I think Chris sort of outplayed both of them. So I'm glad that they've retained Chris. Yeah, bruh, they might. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to figure out what the dollars and cents around the Chris Williams contract is, and is it?
It's for the
low salary.
I'm assuming it is, and that's what I'm saying. Like if it's in and around what they're paying for Zach Pickens, who's on his rookie deal. So rookie 1.5 for Zach Pickens. Where's Chris? Why do I feel like it's less?
Yeah, that guy. I think that guy's got the potential to be the next Milton Williams. That's how impressive I was. He get moved around a little bit in the run game when he has to play one technique and zero technique. He gets on a double team. He has no chance. He's pretty light. He's like 300 pounds even or something like that. But
you talking Chris?
Yeah,
in the chat they're giving prices.
$3 million.
Yeah, 3.2. Yeah. That's what I'm seeing here. So he's about double the cost of Zach Pickens. If they believe he's double the player, there's like Zach Pickens could be man. I hate to say it.
Well, now remember this. Take this into consideration, kids. Roll this up, put it in your peace pipe, and smoke on it. That
quit smoking, by the way, for the chat. Just quit smoking.
Bully for you. Go to gummies and edibles. You'll be all right. But the Chris Williams, he was re-signed before Grady Jackson was available, or they even knew he was going to be available.
Oh, Grady Jarrett, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay.
And so they brought Williams back, and it was like, all right, we probably good at tackle. It was like, oh shit, Grady Jarrett's available, bring him in. And so that, I think, put somebody on the bubble early that probably wasn't going to be on the bubble until the draft, possibly. Because a signing of opportunity, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
I got another quick one, man.
Let's go.
I got another quick one. And this is for you all too in the chat. Do you think Jaquan Brisker will persevere and maintain his position and keep his job?
I do in spades, actually. So, I don't think for any stretch of the imagination that he was really all that hurt last season. I'm just putting this out there now. I do not think he was hurt for 14 games he was out.
Yeah.
I don't think
he missed 3/4 of the fucking season, man.
Yeah. I don't think he was. I don't think he was that hurt. And the reasons that I'm saying this is he made some very specific comments online while being off the field. And most of them were laughing at Matt Eberflus very, very pointedly. And I have a feeling that, yes, obviously he was concussed, and there was, I would say, maybe even 3 to 4 weeks of that concussion might have just been symptoms. But at some point, I think it was, man, I hate this head coach.
So what you're alluding to is Eberflus is the reason why.
Yup.
And there's two sides to that now. I wouldn't want to, it could be exactly what Jaquan Brisker is trying to lightweight insinuate, like this guy's holding me back. He's fucking holding me back. I've been ready to play. I think that's what he's insinuating. And it could be the other side of that too. You got to think devil's advocate sometimes too. And that is for his own good. Maybe he just really liked Jaquan Brisker. I don't want to see you out there getting yourself fucked up and you be fucked for the rest of your life. Could it be that too?
Man,
I think it's deeper than that. I think Jaquan Brisker was sick and tired of this of Matt Eberflus.
It could be, all of the above could be an option. He could have
Yep.
been sick and tired of Eberflus, but he also out there, doing a weebly wobbly, hoping he don't fall down.
Mhm.
Because just by the nature of his play, by the position of his play, the way he puts his goddamn head down, which I still don't understand how you're in the goddamn NF motherfucking L and you don't see what you hit. That you teach him Pee Wee. Well, he has to hold his head up. They need to coach him up better. He's a goddamn professional. Why does he not know to keep his head up? But I digress.
Muscle memory.
Just they should have that built in by now. This is not a new thing. See what you hit.
It's
come
harder.
on.
It's harder than you think, man. Like
Man,
I'm
I'm
with
just
that
saying.
at one time too myself.
Well, but we see heads drop and crown of the head lead, and it's like, what are you doing? And just by nature of he leads his head in there, he comes up wobbly, he's down for a month. And
Man,
so,
I remember them days
you know-
when Samo was with us, and Samo was like, "Man, I'm tired of Eddie Jackson and his non-tackling ass. Sick of it. Tired of it." Shout out to Samo, man, big Samo. But end of the day, Jaquan Brisker is like the anti-Eddie Jackson. He's in there, ready to tackle at all times, chasing you down and putting his whole body into that thing. And it's unfortunate, bro, that he comes away with them concussions, man, all the time.
Here's what if I was somewhere, like if I was a off-season coach and trying to train up Jaquan Brisker, and if I had his ear, you know what I would tell him? I'd say, Jaquan, you're gonna have to stop hitting. And that's like it's taking every bit of listen, I'm gonna explain to you what I mean.
How you gonna tell a fish to stop swimming?
Exactly. It's like it's taking every bit of his natural instincts away from him. That's what makes Jaquan Brisker is him hitting people. But I would encourage him to, really, really put some work in on form tackling, man. You don't have to hit people. You just, I ain't saying go, wrap a person up and start, slow dancing with their ass. I'm talking about hit them, but you got to make form tackling. Like Lathan Ransom is a college kid. He can put on a clinic of how Jaquan Brisker should be tackling if he wants to remain healthy. He will put on a fucking clinic.
Well, now that brings up a question, though, Matt. Just think about the ceiling, the upside, the potential, and then bring the business into it. Put that hat on as well. When you look at, do we take a chance and re-sign Brisker, or I saw that the Bears contingent interviewed safety Makiba. Is that his name?
Oh, Andrew Makuba. I'm with
Yeah, him. And then think about like Imaware or other top safeties. Would any of these have a ceiling higher than Brisker, or is Brisker the guys that is better than any of these guys in the draft?
Say that one more time. I was looking at the
do any of the perspectives, the prospect safeties in the draft have a higher ceiling than Brisker?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
wow.
that was a real fast fucking answer right there.
I would say Imaware does.
You talking to a real Jaquan Brisker fan, and I'm just being honest with you. Go ahead, kid.
I'm just saying I would say Imaware does, but I am also a pretty big Jaquan Brisker fan, man. I love that kid. I think he brings his all to that position, and I can't ask him for anything more than that. Unfortunately, I gotta ask him to protect your head, bro. You know what I mean? You gotta protect that head, because one more of these might not be good for your long-term health. You gotta be healthy out there, man. You know what I mean?
You gotta wear that Jimmy helmet. Like Harris once said, gotta protect your head.
You gotta
put on that Jimmy hat. Or helmet, rather. Not Jimmy hat. That's different. That's a condom. But Jimmy helmet, that's different. That protects your head. But now, kids, answer that question before Nomad goes. Are there any potential prospect safeties in this draft that you would prefer over Brisker?
Yes.
Again, Nick Imaware. If push came to shove, for me, Nick Imaware.
And you got to understand how much I love Jaquan Brisker, but you're asking me a question that I ain't got no choice but to be honest with you about. You're basically trying to get at, can we upgrade over Jaquan Brisker? Yes. I think that's all you're trying to ask. Is there better safeties out there than Jaquan Brisker? Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
And as much as I like Jaquan Brisker, that's the truth.
But now that kind of answers the question, just like when we talked through the defensive line issues and how crowded that is. Now that Brisker's coming up on his contract year and we're looking at his health issues, Dennis Allen is like, I want to work with something. What are we looking at safety? Oh, the Nkuba. Oh, the Emenwaris of the world. Oh, the, whoever safeties of the world who could potentially have a higher ceiling than Brisker does. So if he's upgradable, safety, don't sleep on it as a pick, and Brisker being adios.
Oh, I wrote the
Damn,
wrong.
I just brought the mood down. My bad, y'all.
No. I wrote the wrong. I wasn't on point because somebody mentioned the safety I was talking about out of Navy. It's Rayon Lane, not Jalen Lane. I got so many fucking players swimming around in my head, bro. But yeah, no question about it, man. And look, I worry about Jaquan Brisker because I don't know that he can change his ways, man. I've been through that before. I got kicked out of a game before in the 9th grade for leading with my helmet, and they said it was spearing. I got kicked out of a game because I hadn't worked that technique enough to change my muscle memory, Trip. It's like you're used to leading with your head and shoulder. That's just how you play.
But how many years have
I've been playing since I was like 5, man.
But how long have they been professing to see what you hit? How many years now?
Say that again.
How many years has the appropriate coaching technique been seeing what you hit when tackling?
Yeah, not very many.
I don't know if you can really even say that, like that last hit that he took, though. Because that last hit, he was diving for a man's shins, and the man got super low.
That last one is a bad example.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. But just in general, it's not like, don't single out the last one because he'll put his head down in a New York minute.
Oh, yeah.
But they've been coaching, see what you hit for over a decade now. So, I mean,
it's easy.
What I mean?
That's what I'm saying, man. It's easy to say it, but when you're actually out there in the midst of it and you got the adrenaline going and all that testosterone, and you see a play happening in front of you and you need to go play it, it's not to be like one of those commercials. Stop. How should I
Well, see what you hit. You drill it. That's what coaching's for. That's what practice is for. That's what you hit all those goddamn dummies for in the off season. That's what the coaches yell at you for. Talk about your mama like she a dog as long as she ain't in practice. God bless her soul. And then they give you a hug when necessary, but it's like, son, see what you hit, or you hurt the team because you get a flag. You get kicked out. You get called for sparing. You get hurt the team by being out the next game. See what the fuck you hit. You get paid millions of dollars to play this goddamn game, this sport. Yes, it's Warriors. Yes, you are going full speed and you trying to bring it, but see what you hit, because guess what? You put your head down, not only could you hurt the team, but you could hurt yourself in many different ways, from your brain to your neck to your spine, all of that.
Stay off trips at lawn. But shout out to Oliver Chapman. I ain't seen Oliver here in a good long minute. Oh, it's good to see you back in the chat, man. It's really, really good to see you.
Big love, Oliver Chapman, man.
It's just easier said than done when you're in the midst of it. That's all. But we'll move on to the next.
Well, how do you teach the shorties? If you was a peewee coach right now
with dummies,
but see what you hit, right?
Names now.
Ain't gonna be too many more.
Use the dummies, man. That's what you do.
But you coach them to see what you hit, right?
Yeah, you got to. But it's like all right. So I remember one time helping out one of my friends that was doing. He was a 9th grade, 10th. He was a junior varsity's coach. I went out there. He asked me to come out there and help out. And so I'm out there in practice, and he's constantly on this kid about something similar to that. This guy was just completely dipping his head all the way down, like to the ground, like you're looking at the dirt. It's like he was scared to hit what he was hitting, and he was that's like he would make contact, And he would tell him all the time in practice, he's like, boy, I'm going to take you out the game. If I see you do that one fucking time in the game, I'm taking you out. And he did it one time I was out there doing a game, and he took him out and he never let him play again for the rest of the game. And I told him, I was like, man, that might not be the best way to go about that. You know what I mean? You take him out, you penalize him, but then give him a chance to redeem himself during that game. And if he does it again, then you know, but I've been getting on his ass all week in practice. I'm like, dog, I understand that, man, but it is muscle memory. He calmed down and he heard me out. But, you know, that's the kind of shit. I know we're talking about junior high versus a professional football player, but that's how strong the muscle memory is, especially like for somebody who's kind of intimidated, a kid, versus Jaquan Briscoe, who's ultra physical and wants to do. He's got the worst of intentions when he comes in contact with you. It's just hard to get that out of you and just form tackle. He knows how to do it. It's just in the moment. Fuck that. I'm tagging his ass.
Well, the next time that some bitch is laying in that MRI machine getting a goddamn CAT scan, he'll think about that shit.
All right, let's get to the next one, man. That was fun discussion right there. All right, so what do you guys?
Wait, before we leave out, Smitty Q, give me a. He said, give him Emenwari, Starks, or the kid from Notre Dame. Who's that?
Some Justin
Safety.
Damn, what is it? I can't think of his name right now. Watts, Justin Watts, I think.
All right, so
Xavier Watts.
Xavier Watts.
All right, so I mean, just think about that. Just when you think about what Ryan Poles and all, you know, Cunningham will do, it's like, all right, defensive tackles off the table for the first pick, more than likely. Safety could be on the table.
Yeah. All right. Let's get to. Hey, Levante says, do you all know that you can be textbooking your tackle and still get concussion? You fucking right, you can.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's football.
See you coming, and he just dips down to your level. And
That's what happened that last hit. It wasn't like I can't really blame Jaquan for that one, man. He got super low and didn't expect the running back to get quite as low as he did, and next thing you know, it was a helmet to helmet, boom. Like,
well, that's what I hate about the damn flags is because they're moving so fast and changing levels so quickly. When you're going to tackle here, by the time you get there, now the receiver is there, now it's helmet to helmet. You can see he wasn't trying to hit him helmet to helmet, and you can't always adjust for that, and that should just be football, not necessarily a sparing or leading with the helmet. You can tell when they turn into a missile and put the head down and then go straight to the ball carrier. I mean, you can see the difference if you're paying attention. But in this day and age with all the reviews and the cameras, nobody knows what the fuck is what anymore, but whatever.
I'll tell y'all what, if y'all haven't hit the like button, if y'all love hardcore, detailed, nuanced football conversation, instead of that cookie cutter, I'm saying the same shit as the next goddamn podcast, and that's how I'm going to get my likes and views. You like some real deal hardcore Chicago Bears football conversation. Yeah, it came to the right place. Make sure you hit the like button if you appreciate the comment. And if you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the subscribe button and come on in here and talk with us because we ain't done. Guess what the next question is?
Well, hold on. Derek Guy.
What?
Yeah, this is a question I wanted to know. He said Amar Emenwari is a 1 of 1. So he's like the 1 of 1 of safeties, like the prototypical size, speed, skill. Who else? So Genty, I guess you're gonna say, is like your running back 1 of 1, and then like what other positions that are available to us would be 1 of 1 that we could get at 10?
That's a whole lot. Save that conversation, man. Hold on.
Okay. I remember that, Derek. We're gonna bring that back up.
I'll start so we can bring it back up. That's an interesting conversation because I got some thoughts on that, homeboy. Trust me when I tell you. All right, so the next question is, what do you think now? What do you think now of the Bears not signing Jack Sanborn? Now in hindsight, are you upset about it, or are you good with the situation now? Because we did lighten our room a little bit.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. Like I say, I really like Amen Agbagbamiga. I have to say it.
You know he's just really here for special teams, right?
Well, you're saying that, and that would be the thought. I don't think that that's what they think. I think that he's been elevated to potentially fill Jack Sanborn's shoes, unless they find another linebacker, A, in free agency, B, in this here draft. Real talk, though, I don't think they're going to spend any more money on that particular position.
Not in free agency. I think they're definitely going to get a. See, I didn't mean for the conversation. Your mind automatically goes there, kids. When you start talking about linebacker, you think you like that guy, and I get it. But I'm talking about the value of Jack Sanborn, him not being here, being a popular football player here in Chicago, and people being really upset with them not offering him a contract. Looking at it on the other side of it, kids, how do you feel about it? I know you didn't really give a shit no way about it.
I like Jack a lot. I just didn't. I did not expect them to spend capital on an undrafted free agent. I'm just being. I'm being a businessman with it. It's really the facts. I feel that they might be able to get a similar level of play from Amon. When he got the opportunity last year, he played very well. I think he'll do so this year. The real question marks for me as far as the linebacker core are around Noah Sewell more so than anybody else. But I really didn't expect them to put money in Jack Sanborn's jeans.
And Jack Hammer was cool and all. You know,
great.
he could.
Hey, Chip, you say something about getting rid of Jack Sanborn in the streets. Somebody Cactus Jack your ass.
Well, I mean, hey, get the fuck over it. They be all right. You know, they don't want none of this. You know what I'm saying? Keep it moving. But it's like he was good, you know, coming downhill. He would make a tackle, but he was a liability in coverage. He was good on special teams. But you could just tell that he was a Flus kind of guy, UDFA. And where did he go in free agency?
Yeah.
Back to Flus and Babbage down there with the Cowboys. So I mean, he didn't fit, like somebody said in the chat, didn't fit Dennis Allen's thing. You know, his speed is a liability. So it's like, hey, you know, thanks for playing. You know, good luck in the future. You know, keep it moving.
Anything else on Jack Sanborn? I'll just tell you my take on it.
Mm-hmm.
I take nothing from Jack Sanborn. I always had problems with. I already knew that the speed was gonna, and most of the time I didn't see speed be his hiccup. You know what I mean? Like Jack Sanborn really played some really good football while he was here, and he's a really good linebacker. You know, there's times when you get caught up on a shiftier little running back and you got to cover him, you're gonna get your ass left. Like say if somebody like a Genty or Henderson or somebody gets in on a wheel route going up the sideline, and Jack Sanborn can't do shit about that, and that's always gonna be a problem for Jack Sanborn. He's just not as fast, but when Jack Sanborn and really good linebackers do the grunt work 15 yards and in. And so in the zones and flats, in the cloud coverages, and carrying a route for about 10 to 15 yards is really all you got to do, you know, because ain't nobody, unless you Patrick Mahomes or Kyler Murray or something, running around for 15 seconds, you ain't gonna have to cover that long. And so his work is down between 0 and 15, maybe 20 yards. You know what I mean? So I was very impressed with Jack Sanborn. He shut me up because I liked the linebacker, but I knew that his speed was going to be some kind of problem when he got here. But I didn't see it be that big of a deal when he was on the field. So I was real impressed with Jack Sanborn. But it was more than likely, and I told kids this all season. I was like, if they don't sign him, he's going right to Dallas with Flus, because he was a Flus guy, and sure as shit, that's what he did.
Yeah, on a low wallet share deal too, right? But I think he was a little bit undercut. I think he brings a lot of value to any football team in the NFL. No joke. I truly do. I liked Jack Sanborn quite a bit on this squad. He was where he needed to be all the time. Like he really was. Is he the fastest linebacker on the team? No. But still, I thought he made his impression felt every time he was on the field. He really did.
It didn't surprise me that they didn't offer him money with a new coordinator coming in. And, you know, he likes a particular kind of linebacker. And to be honest with you, Noah Sewell fits the bill more than Jack Sanborn does. He likes a bigger, bulkier, one of those knock 'em, sock 'em, rock 'em robot kind of running. I mean, linebackers that can really be physical and got the body type to do it. He's like 250 pounds, 6'2", 6'3". He can bust you up. And that's what he's going to expect Noah Sewell to be doing, running and hitting like he did when he was at Oregon. I made, maybe I need to make another video pointing that out. But, it was easy for me to see that, looking, I had to go back to Noah's film and remind myself what I seen on film versus what they had him doing here in Chicago under Flus. And it was easy to tell that, I could see why he struggled. He's not really suited to play in cloud coverage. He's a man-to-man, get downfield and bust your ass up kind of linebacker. And so I think we're going to see a whole lot of that moving forward.
Maybe you should make that video about Noah Sewell because I have seen nothing. We would definitely have to go back to college to see something because he just has not been on the field frequently enough to really comment about it. Mind you, does he fit the prototypical Dennis Allen LB? Yeah, he does. So maybe Dennis Allen can bring something out of Noah Sewell that we're not familiar with.
Well, we also, I don't remember the name here, but of course they have interviews and all that stuff. They go to pro days, but they were looking at a linebacker. And the thing with Sewell is, what does he do good on the field that we've seen? He got in on special teams a little bit. His thing is being healthy and being available. Now, maybe there was some shit going on with, the defense last year and Flus and whatever the hell was going on back there. They didn't play players or they kept him on IR or injured list too long or whatever. I don't know. But we're going to need to see some more reliability from Mr. Sewell because right now I wouldn't classify him as dependable.
I don't know. Sometimes, like whenever I look at the injury report pregame, and somebody's a scratch because it's got this phantom injury. I know how that shit is, man. It's just what you need to get on the roster before you go into game time. Like, are we going to use Noah Sewell? Probably not. Let's pull up another slot corner. Or we want to bring up a fucking slot receiver. Whatever it is, they just decided to prioritize somebody over a linebacker, really. And most of those injuries was probably phantom shits. That's all it is. But that's just the way the NFL is made up. It's a damn shame that we only get to play with 53 fucking players. I still, to this day, if I was an NFLPA, I'd be fucking banging the table every time I got a chance to in the meeting. Like, why the fuck are we still dealing with 53 players as bad as attrition is in the NFL? Why are we still dealing with 53 fucking players?
Wait, hold on, no, Matt. Hold on. Hold on now. Stay with me now. Stay with me now.
90 during the whole camp, and we only get to play with fucking 53 players.
And you coming up on 17, 18 games. You play a game Sunday and then maybe Thursday. You know what I'm saying? So you got 2-3 days of rest and a longer season. And you got a 53-man roster. Stay with me now. I think the NFL makes enough money where they can say, hey, we can have a few more players so that the natural attrition of the human body doesn't erode the play quality of our game because we are working our players like mules. And where is the players union? It's like, hey, y'all, we play Sunday and then we got to fly wherever the fuck, Berlin, Ireland, Brazil, Chihuahua. Wherever the fuck they got to play, and then they got to play. And it's like, ow, my body still aches from the last game. Can I get a few more days off? Or I guess not. So I don't know what that's all about, but no, I don't like that shit either. Get off my lawn.
It really is. It's awful, man. I'm seeing everybody saying, Avante Rogers said you only dressed in 47 out of those 43. Out of those 53. And then OKC Bear says it's because the owners don't want to pay the pension benefits to more people. All those are angles.
The billionaires don't want to pay more. Ain't that some shit?
Well, that's stupid. You know what I mean? Like, just pay the pension benefit. You know what I mean? Oh no, he got hurt and we have to take care of the guy we drafted just to help him. Like, what are we talking about here? That's ridiculous. But I'm not saying your comment is ridiculous. I'm saying it's ridiculous that they would feel that kind of way. The people who should really have a problem with it is the insurance company that's been paid and now has to actually put the money on the table and manage those types of situations. But come on, man, pay them benefits. Give these guys the coverage they need. They're in a violent, well, if not the most violent sport in North America.
I got one more hot topic before I get into these top 10 running backs. I'm just going to ask it straight out to you guys and the No Maniacs, Super No Maniacs. Why hasn't Kyler Gordon been extended thus far? Why?
Oh, that's a simple answer.
What is it?
Just they broke right now. This minute.
Yeah, they got to wait for the new league year, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Well, did you notice that we've made particular kind of moves at slot corner? We signed Josh Blackwell. Now, I know it wasn't like a gangbuster ass contract or nothing like that. I noticed that. Then we just picked up, and I'll put it in perspective so that it doesn't seem so ominous what I'm saying. They also just picked up Nick McLeod off the Giants, another slot corner, but he's versatile. He's like, then they also just lost Jalen Jones.
Jones, yeah.
They just lost him, so they had to recover that depth. And so I'm just curious, is some of this kind of putting a little pressure on Kyler to try to take a little bit less money? Are they negotiating with him? What are they doing?
No. There's no negotiating here. He's a high draft pick. He's definitely, there's been a few times where I've said, has certain players overplayed their draft stock? He has. At that particular position, I wouldn't want anybody else to play nickel, period. And it's funny you even bring it up, because who was the one guy that Dennis Allen talked about when he was in his opening presser? There's only one guy, and it's KG. It's Kyler, man. So I just consider the rest of these guys depth. You know what I mean? They're just depth. They're on the team. If something goes sideways, they'll step up to the plate. But
I had to ask what you guys would, how you guys would respond. That's why I figured you guys would respond.
Oh yeah, Kyler man gets the quarterback when he can.
You know what I'm saying?
Gets the sack and the pick, makes the hit and the stick. Watch out.
He's got.
Here comes the Kyler man.
Kyler rolls me sometimes too, man.
Yeah, but and somebody said, I think it was OKC. What up? He said extensions are done in the summer after the draft. And I do remember a few guys getting extensions, dapping up guys in camp. So, I mean, there's time for all that. Mm-hmm. I'm not worried about it because, the way Dennis Allen, the way he calls his defense, the defense he runs, Kyler man is probably poised for an all-pro type season.
All right. I'll tell you what, but real quick before I get into these top 10, it's really a top 12 because I made a huge mistake while I was setting it up. Because I did it at the last minute and I forced myself, I crammed it, and I should have spent a little more time on it, but I feel confident in what I did. But really quick, the latest visits, 30 visits that have been scheduled, of course, is Will Campbell that I've heard of. There might be more. Will Campbell, these are the names that stick out to me. Will Campbell, Josh Connerly, offensive tackle from Oregon, and my guy, Brashard Smith, running back out of SMU. So it is like that guy in particular. Let me tell you something. It's like I feel like I'm just patting myself on the back, kind of, because I didn't want to feel like I was on the island. I can remember seeing a whole lot of kids, and kids was like, "Who is this guy? I'm gonna have to check him out." Hopefully, you have by now.
Bro, I've checked him out, man. I love that kid too. Like he's definitely one of my late. If push comes to shove and they don't get one of them top 4 running backs, in my opinion, I can see them double dipping at running back later in the draft, and I would hope he's the Lightning.
For sure.
You know what I mean? I hope he's that Lightning though.
So he made my honorable mentions list, which I will try to get to a little bit once I'm done with this. Let me turn my mouse back on because it's dead right now. Get to some of these guys, and I know y'all gonna be ready. It's gonna be a kerfuffle in the chat, and y'all probably gonna be shooting arrows at me because You ain't gonna agree with the way I see this. And that's the reason why I'm me and you're you. But here's now see, let me explain myself here. Because I messed up and I forgot to include some guys, don't pay any attention to that these guys are not included with a ranking on them. So basically you're getting 12 backs. And so Jaden Blue out of Texas, 6 foot, 200 pounds, is definitely in this conversation. He's one of them guys that, you know, he's going to be the lightning. And I heard, matter of fact, I heard, and I need to correct myself. I heard that he's got a visit scheduled to Chicago.
Yeah. And I also saw that the contingent was down there checking out his pro day, and he's scheduled for that 30 visit.
So Jaden Blue is one of those guys, you know, don't pay any attention to that. He doesn't have a number ranking on him. I just remembered to include him in the list a little bit later, along with this guy right here, Cam Scatterbo. And y'all gonna be like, what? Why ain't you got him in the top 10? You mother, y'all gonna be ready to cuss me out. But I got crammed for time and I had to hurry up and do it. But he's in that conversation in the top, I'd say 5 to 7 guys, I would say. But, you know, sit this to the side for a second. We can come back to that. But let's get to number 10.
So before you do, oh, there's Taj Brooks. I love it. I'm just going to say that Jaden Blue, I believe at his pro day, ran 4.25 and 4.22. Just wanted to throw that out there for Jaden Blue. He's fast as all get out.
Oh, yeah, he's fast as shit. He's faster than a goddamn scalded alley cat.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's just it, though. He's fast. You know, but we can get into more conversation about him, but Cam Scatterbo, we'll come back to this, but we got to get to the top 10. And that is number 10. It pained me to put Taj Brooks down this far because I am thoroughly impressed with this running back, that power and that decision-making when he's running the ball, the patience. It pained me to put him all the way down at 10 because when it comes to the thunder part of what we're trying to set up here in Chicago, this is one of those backs that I know that he's on that board in Hallis Hall. If we're trying to get this thunder and lightning combo together and trying to get a physical running back, he's on that list. Taj Brooks is on that list, you guys. And Ked, you looked at him too. You like Taj Brooks. I ain't gonna take all the air out of the room. Go ahead.
No, he's one of the guys I scouted last year, and he doesn't leave. He gets the job done, right? Contact balance is definitely something he has in his repertoire. Decent lateral movement, you know what I mean? Good hands. I like this guy. Like, and you kind of laid out exactly what I'm saying here. But it's that's what you get with Taj Brooks. You can get Taj Brooks, unfortunately, a fair amount later than one would think. I thought he was going to jump into last year's draft, and that's why I scouted him when I did. I think he would have went much higher in last year's draft if he came out. This draft this year is just too. It's too deep, man.
Okay, it pissed me off that I had to put him way down at 10.
I know what you mean. Like when I find him when I'm mock drafting so far back, I'm like, what is this guy doing back here? But it is what it is.
Nobody knows in the grass. Nobody knows, and don't let people tell you exactly what round somebody's supposed to be going. It's just projections. The people that think they know every damn thing. I don't know where the hell Taj Brooks might be drafted. Somebody's probably valuing him much higher than these projections. I promise you that.
I say 5'6" right now. That's what I'm seeing for projection.
All right, let's get to the next one. Let's get to number 9. I've been trying to get a drum roll. Number 9. To a lot of people's surprise, Caleb Johnson. 6 foot, 225 pounds. This is me, Junior. Number 9, very versatile, every down running back with good hands and long speed. Listen, when I look at running backs, I look for a certain something. And you know, there's gonna be a whole bunch of people out here that be like Caleb Johnson down at 9. No man, you crazy. But I got a reasoning. There's science behind the way I think. And this guy right here, without that offensive line being dominant and really poking holes open for this guy, I don't know how well he would do. Number one, I don't know how well the shake and bake, the wiggle I'm looking for. You see a little bit of it there, But in order to survive in the NFL and be a really good running back, you're gonna have to make some people miss. And I just didn't see a lot of that. I seen straight open alleys for him to run down, and he just pressed the hole and got downfield and left people consistently. You know, that part is really, really good. And you hope that you can put him in a backfield that can really, you know, put that on display for him. You know, just get the hole open, he'll press the hole, and boom, he's down. Once he gets in the open field, it's hard to catch him. But the reality is, in the NFL, you're gonna have to make people miss. I didn't see him doing a whole lot of that.
Yeah, you're right.
And so that's just why he's down so far for me.
I wouldn't put him this far back, but I hear everything you're saying. I'll give him a little bit of extra love here. He's a patient guy, and when he hits the hole, he accelerates the hell through it. Other than that, bit of a bruiser, and for me, I wish he had a bit more lateral agility, and that's part of my little beef with him. So we'll leave it there with Caleb Johnson. Any thoughts, Trip?
Sophisticated say, you lost your mind.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, just whoever the fuck. I don't care.
That's hilarious. I appreciate it. I respect Sophisticated. I hear y'all, man. Y'all don't understand how I look at this shit, but you done with this one, Trip?
Yeah, yeah. Keep it moving.
All right, let's go. Let's get to number 8, and that is Ollie Gordon, running back out of Oklahoma State. It's hard to put him down this low because I really think a whole lot of this running back, 6'2", 225-pound junior, who I thought should have came out last year.
6'2".
Yeah, he's a thoroughbred now. He's a thoroughbred.
He's Derrick Henry Jr.
Yeah, he's a thoroughbred, man. He gets in. He gets it done. He's got the lateral mobility that you're looking for a big man. You know what I mean? You see that consistently on film. He will make you miss in the hole and take that shit to the house on you. And so to me, a good NFL running back needs to have that. And it's not like you can't have that and be a really successful running back in the NFL. You don't see a whole lot of shake and bake out of Nick Chubb, do you? Nope. You get to thinking about it, you don't see a whole lot of shake and bake. Nick Chubb get up the field and he gonna break tackles. That's what he's gonna do. Arm tackles, be damned. He's gonna run right through that shit. But this guy, I'm not comparing him to Nick Chubb. I'm saying that this guy's a little bit more. He's like a big mixture of a running back and some kind of small tight end or something, man. Because he's a really nice natural catcher of the football. He can block too, man. He's a good pass protector. This guy is going to get on somebody's roster, and he's going to be a thoroughbred. And I hate to put him down this far, but I think Ollie Gordon II is the truth, man. But what say you about Ollie, kids?
I don't, like I said, Derrick Henry Jr. I don't have much to say about this guy. I would have to do a bit of a deeper dive on Ollie Gordon. He's one of the few running backs that I straight up slept on in this class. So if you're putting him and I'm gonna say this out loud here, folks, for folks to put into perspective, if you're putting him above Caleb Johnson, that's saying quite a bit.
Man, this guy right here, last year, when I was looking at this guy I think he could have came out last year. And make sure I say this right because I'm thinking about the running backs that came out last year. I'm pretty sure he could have been one of the first 1 or 2 running backs off the board last year. That's how good his tape was last year. And I don't know why he stayed for this extra season. Maybe somebody got to him and said, you know what, the NIL money's going to be good. You don't got to be in a rush, whatever it was. But I thought he should have came out last year. And he still put up dominant numbers, you know, beside the fact. But, you know, this guy right here is going to be a dominant running back in the NFL if somebody features his skill set and, you know, mixes up the run and pass. I mean, this guy is bad. Just telling you right now, the more and more tape you watch on Ollie Gordon, it's a little bit of a long strider, but so was Eric Dickerson. Got the job done. You know.
As we look at Nomad's list of top running backs here, there's a picture, kids, that shows the brain contingent of Ryan Poles. There, I believe, is Ian Cunningham, Coach Allen, and there was another coach in that picture. but they were at Ohio State's pro day and not anybody watching Genty. You got that picture, kids?
I do have that picture. Let me throw this up here.
You know, so it's like,
Boom.
could that be, a little sleight of eye? It's like, yeah, we're interested in Genty, but we're not going to show up at his pro day to throw the scent off. Or they like, yeah, we ain't even thinking about that kid because he won't be available where we're picking. Or, yeah, we're looking at other options. So, yeah, so you look at this picture and, you got the contingent out there.
So I'm going to tell you a little something. So the contingent was here because there's multiple players on this Ohio State squad that they should be paying attention to across the board. You know what I mean? There's a bunch of them. I'm not even going to bother listing. They happened to send Eric Bieniemy on a solo mission. Where do you think he went? The running back coach.
Did he go to what is it, Boise State, Boise, Idaho?
He went to Idaho for potatoes, man. He went to
I'm not the hoe, you the hoe.
Don't move to Idaho.
Oh, okay. So Bieniemy, who is a professional coach, professional running back coach.
Sorry.
A professional running back coach with Super Bowl experience. And if he's out there checking him out, I'm sure he knows what he's looking for. So, watch out now. Let the speculation continue. Go ahead, no man.
No, I was done. I just wanted you guys to make sure you can pull that down. Make sure.
You was only at 8.
Yeah, I'm only at 8, but I just wanted to make sure you guys got a chance to air out what you thought about these guys.
So, as we go, because Kids is going to have more of an opinion on any of these guys, and then see what the chat says. But I'm just here for support.
I'm just gonna have to start walking around with a slingshot or something because I'm scared of Minister Charles right about now with this one. But I think this guy right here,
bro.
Yes. I mean, I got further.
So what's gonna happen here at the end of the day is somehow Damian Martinez is gonna be his number one top back, which is just crazy.
Not quite.
He's number 2. Spoiler crazy. This is craziness. I'm just throwing it out.
Don't worry about it, man. Damian Martinez, since you're running your damn mouth, he's next.
Spoiler alert.
Crazy.
He's next. He's number 6. So,
right.
What do you think about Omarion Hampton? Let me just shut up about it.
There's honestly nothing wrong with this kid whatsoever. I hope, if we don't get Genty, I hope there's a way we can somehow get this guy. This is the number, in my opinion, he's a number 2 back, period. There's nothing he doesn't have.
Wiggle.
Thoroughbred's a great word, right? Speed. Look at what you listed. Speed, power, contact balance, soft hands. He is 1,000,000,000% a complete back. There's no questions here. He is thunder, and yes, he's thunder and lightning, and he can block. There's no real weakness to his game, bro. So
is he an inside lane runner or up the middle, pounded out?
There's a both weakness to his game.
What's the weakness?
The wiggle, lateral. He's got a little bit of it, but
you know what? And that's, to me, that's the difference between Genty and him. Genty has more wiggle. He has more lateral. But this guy got a little bit more thump. So, what do you want?
I need a little bit more. In the NFL, you ain't gonna be running through, mile wide fucking holes. What you see a whole lot of when you're looking at the college football game, just not. And so you need to be able to make people miss. He's got the ability, but you just don't see it consistently. And I know what it looks like in college ain't going to be quite the same when he gets to the next level. He's a perfectly suited, built. He's got every dimension that you want for a running back, and you see everything that you want to see. That's my only drawback with him. Is I don't see the wiggle and making people miss. If the hole ain't there, he's going to get the hell tackled out of it. And he can't make people miss. And so that's a trait that a lot of people tend to look over when they're looking at these guys and get excited about what everybody else says about them. Look at the shit for yourself. And you tell me where you find the lateral agility in his game. It's a little bit there. but not quite enough. And I'm just being really, I'm heavy into running backs, man, and I'm looking for a certain something. And we're gonna move along, but we can come back and talk about him later on. But the next guy up, kids kind of pulled the cover on it. And that's my guy, Damian Martinez.
How you got Damian Martinez above
I can
Omar
tell you
Hampton?
why.
It's craziness.
He's got wiggle for a big man. That's why. But go ahead. You speak your mind on it.
Has a Marshawn Lynch beast mode level to his game, punishing runner. You know what? That is a very good description of Damian Martinez. Again, probably a little bit bigger than Marshawn, a little bit thicker than Marshawn, a little bit more bruising than Marshawn. And not saying quite a bit, but he doesn't have the kind of like numbers or statistical reality that Omarion Hampton has. Like, you know what I mean? I would never, looking at 4 years of college, one guy versus the other guy, I would not put this guy above the other guy under any circumstances.
All right. Trips.
Mr. Charles said you need to do this list when you're sober.
Hey, dude, I didn't drink a drop of shit when I was making this list. I was studying the shit out of these running backs, and I'm telling you, this I could see a little something. Maybe some of y'all can't see it, man, but that's how I think about it. He's number 6. Damian Martinez is one of those guys, man. And how is he was going to be number 1? But I tricked your ass, didn't I?
Oh, you did trick me on that one. But how is his hands in pass catching situations?
He's a natural receiver, very natural. It's hard to watch Damian Martinez and come up with some reason why you don't think he's a great running back. He's a great running back. He's just big. And it's not I'm not going to break out for a 70, 80-yard run on your ass. No, I'm a bust a 40 or 50 and you ain't going to catch me. But after about 50, you're going to be able to run me down. But everything else about Damian Martinez to me is perfect. Absolutely perfect. I don't see a flaw in this game other than the long speed. He's got the wiggle. He's got the power. He's got the will to drive. And, we're going to find out on the next level who's right and who's wrong. But I see something in this kid. For real. But anything else on Damian Martinez? All right, let's get to the next guy. It's getting ready to get real interesting. And I think most people will agree with this part of I knew that part of it. But this is Dylan Sampson, 5'11", 201 pounds out of Tennessee, is probably one of the most slept on running backs in this draft. When you hear people talking about the best running backs in this draft, I don't know why this guy's name's not getting mentioned enough. Quite oddly, he reminds me quite a bit of when I was looking at Alvin Kamara when he was at Tennessee. It's got a lot of similar traits to it. Can make you miss in the hole. That wiggle we're talking about, that lateral agility, all of it's there. Long speed's there. He's got everything you want. He's pretty much a complete back outside of the weight. He's light. And so, when you draft a Dylan Sampson, you just got to understand he can't be 25, carries a game back. He's only 200 pounds. And so everything else about this kid, there's nothing not to like about him other than his weight. He's just got to beef up just a little bit.
Yeah, so he's not the thunder that the other few guys that we've been talking about bring to the table. It's a little bit more lightning, but he ain't all that fast. Like he's not Rashad Smith fast. He's all right in my opinion. Then that's probably about the best I'll give him. Good pass catching back, versatile, but I definitely wouldn't put him number 5 on my RB list.
And
No
what about weaknesses with limited receiving upside and potential durability concerns?
Yeah, he played a lot of running back. He's got a lot of tread on his tires.
At a junior?
Yeah.
He's been there he's been pretty much a starter for the last at least 2 years, maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm missing a third year, but he's been running that ball for them pretty consistently for a couple of years straight.
High mileage, and I don't like that. I don't like
2
that
years
at all.
straight, that ain't bad, man. You know, it's
Hey, I'll be an ageist and I'll be a high mileageist. Get off my
He's-
lawn.
a good comparison for him is, be honest with you, it's Jahmyr Gibbs is a good comparison to him, but a little bit he's in that category, man. He can really accelerate, man, and that I think that's the feature about Jahmyr Gibbs that people really hang on to is his ability to accelerate. He's
Sort of
got
stop,
that
start.
stop start. He can accelerate all that. The whole thing, man. He's a slept on back in this draft. Somebody's gonna get you put another 10, 15 pounds on this cat, you got you a stud. I believe that 110%. You ready to get to the next guy?
Let's go.
This guy, it was very hard for me to drop him all the way down to 4 because I strongly believe this is one of the top 3 backs in this draft. This is RJ Harvey out of Central Florida, 5'9", 208-pound senior. This dude is like, you just need to turn on the tape and see that, like, this guy, good luck trying to find something about this guy that you don't like. Good fucking luck. And like thoroughly impressed. Like this guy, he's kind of like a little giant, man. You know, he's like, this guy plays wildcat quarterback. He can throw the ball. He's like everything for Central Florida. And he's built to do it. It's like you would think you can't really find an injury history that would bother you for a guy that's only 208 pounds as much as he touched the ball. This guy's got a lot of usage, but he doesn't get hurt. He's very durable. Very, very durable. Man, he's one of the top backs in this draft. I don't hesitate when I say that. I think he is one of the top running backs in this draft. It was hard for me to put him at 4, but you know, I'm trying to be a fan favorite with the last couple of backs here, but I think RJ Harvey is that dude. Straight up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have a lot on RJ Harvey. I haven't watched a lot of film. Things I will say, he's fast. He's fast as all hell. He's like a 4.40 type fast. He's got great speed, good hands. Again, decent contact balance. I can't talk to vision because, like I said, I haven't watched too much of his stuff. Statistically, again, not a slouch at all. But again, I wouldn't. You know what? Yeah, that's a good look there. Sophisticated thoughts. He's kind of a DeAndre Swift-ish type
He's
of dude.
way tougher than DeAndre Swift. Now I'm talking about physically tougher than DeAndre Swift. I mean,
This
it's a
would
good
be an
comp.
upgrade over Swift, Harvey.
here's the thing, man, and I want to be clear with everybody. You individually, like Sophisticated Thoughts, Minister Charles, or any damnbody else in the chat that looks at the draft for yourself and you evaluate the talent yourself. And whatever it is that you see shaking out as the top this, the top that, how you rank them is how you see it. That's how you see it. I see it a different way. I'm looking at something, you might be looking at something different. I can take the criticism, but can y'all take somebody else's point of view? That's all I'm saying. Y'all getting real sensitive up in this motherfucker now.
You're full of shit, Nomad. You don't know what you're talking about.
Man, God damn. This is my point of view, man. Respect it. I respect yours. Getting real sensitive up in this motherfucker. But anything else on RJ Harvey?
How's he's
He's
senior.
definitely not number 4 on my list, but you keep doing your thing.
I respect it. You know, everybody ain't gonna see the shit the way I see it.
The senior, does that mean like a 4-year starter kind of thing? High mileage guy?
I had that kind of numbers, but I balled them up when I did this. When we previewed him, I had all them notes and I should have kept them. I had all that shit written.
Like he's got less mileage than some of the other guys, though, and he's got decent numbers across the board.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say he's got a lot of mileage on him.
Hey, fellas, I told y'all it was going to be a little kerfuffle about. Did I not? Did I not tell y'all we was going to be at odds about what the fuck my list was versus yours? Did I not tell y'all? Did I not tell y'all?
You did. I was just waiting. Like I said, I was waiting for Damian Martinez to be the number one back in this thing, and somehow you escaped that one. So let's see who's number 3.
All right, let's get to the guy.
It's gonna be Ashton Genty. Watch.
You know, some of them think he's smoking.
Yeah, you
rock,
just
some of them
mad at
think they
him,
cook
man.
it.
You just golly. Can I give you my thoughts? When you can do your top 10, kids. I ain't got no.
I really should have. This is a good pick. Keep going.
No, you go ahead, wax on this guy. What do you think about him?
I honestly, I think he's the truth, man. He's there's not coming into this draft again after scouting him last season. I was like, Trevion Henderson or bust. You can get Trevion in a second or wherever you could get him. You get him. Get Trevion Henderson. He's that good. Whatever team selects Trevion Henderson, they got themselves a running back, yo. No two ways about this. Explosive. He will block for you. Physical. Good vision. Decent speed. Nothing wrong with this guy. He's a running back without question, and any team in the NFL would be better having him. That's my 2 cents on this guy. Great pass catcher as well.
Trips, you got to know Trevion Henderson.
Yeah, one of the kids at Ohio State.
Yeah, man.
There you go.
That's what that whole contingent was there for. Trevion and Judkins.
It was him and there's another back there too.
Yes, there is.
Was Judkins? Is that him?
Seems like and the scrolls nailed it.
It reminds me of, they got Henderson and Judkins the way Michigan had Corum and the other dude. The dude that's not Corum running back.
That's right. The dude that's not Corum. So yes, this is the one thing about Trevion Henderson is the history of injuries. He just came off injury last season. That's part of the reason why he didn't go into the draft last year. He was kind of expected to do so, and that's part of the reason why I scouted him last year. This time around, he sat for a little while, which gave a certain Mr. Quinshon Judkins the ability to step up to the plate and rise to the occasion. And I'm pretty sure he's number 2.
I think it was Edwards, Corman Edwards. But see, I don't like the Carfax says injuries. I want to draft. I understand it's football.
Trip, he came back after injury and played some fantastic football.
All right, so not a history. So he just got dinged up a little bit.
He gets dinged up. There is a history. Like it scrolls down wrong. There is a history, but there's also a history of him coming back, getting on the horse again, and doing the darn thing. So
until he falls off.
Hey,
yeah,
guys,
so that pushes him down on my list. Just the injury thing, it just pushes him lower. But this ain't my list. But go ahead.
Here's the thing, guys. It ain't really my prerogative to really want to put numbers on these guys, but people just kept asking me to do it over and over. And I don't really care to do it because I don't like putting numbers on them and try to rank them. But since people ask me to do it, we try to do content to try to get the approval of people. This one, you ask me, I'm gonna tell you. If you don't like it, that's the way it is. This is just the way it is, and this is my thoughts on him. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, Quinshon Judkins ain't in my top 10.
What?
Yep.
So here's gonna be real mad when they draft him.
Here's number 2. And I had a hard time not putting this guy at number 1 for reasons.
I was just going to ask you if you missed out on Devin Neal on this list, and he's your number 2 back.
Psych.
Yep. I wanted to put him at 1 because I think
no more mind games.
The completeness of this running back is, to me, undoubtable. Like if the guy had if he had 4.4, 4.3 speed, wouldn't be no doubt in anybody's mind who the best running back in this draft was if they looked at the tape. Wouldn't be no doubt. And I think Ashton Genty is the truth. But I'm telling you, this guy's got something extra. His ability to be able to make people miss and set up blocks and accelerate And I mean, it's special. It is special. I feel very, very strong about Devin Neal and his ability. You know, you guys can have your takes on him. You know, everybody sees things different. I'm not scared to tell you what my thoughts are. And so this is my number 2 back.
Wow. Look, I scouted him as well last year. He didn't miss a beat this season. A fair amount of tread on the tires, I do have to admit, but nothing more than the last 2 guys. Let's be real about that. Very decent statistically, great pass catcher. Yeah, decent speed, you know what I mean? Like and decent amount of power at 5'11", 215. But he's pretty shifty. He does have good vision. I agree with everything you're putting down here. I just don't agree with that number beside him to the bottom left.
I'm telling you, kids, if this guy was running a 4.4 or 4.3, he'd be the runaway number 1 running back in this draft. We'd be talking about Ashton Jeanty as a side piece. Other than that, he's got every anything else you want.
No,
everything. There's nothing he doesn't have, man. Nothing.
I'm just saying he doesn't have 2,600 yards last year. Like that's a little bit of
at Boise State, cuz.
Fair. Okay. All right.
I mean, that's you can look at those raw numbers and you got to keep them in perspective, bro. I mean, that's I'm not trying to take anything away from Ashton Jeanty because he's the number 1 back.
2,600 yards is like it's the last 2 guys we're talking about put together. It's a crazy number. And for that alone, you kind of have to go and look at Jeanty. You know what I mean? Everybody does. And when they look at him, they can see why. And I'm not taking anything away from Devin Neal. Personally, again, after scouting him, and did you put Taj Brooks was towards the back of this list, right?
Yeah.
Number 10?
10.
Okay. Like Devin Neal, Taj Brooks, and Travion would all definitely be on my list for sure. Like there's no questions about that. Would they be, would this guy be as high as he is? I would have to say no, he wouldn't be. But they would definitely make it into my top 10 list.
So just for some perspective, I look at these running backs, and I did a lot of. This is the fun part of me doing podcasts and having to, do this thing right here. This is the easy stuff. The hard stuff is getting through the tape and studying and going through the research. And when you flush it out, my eyes are my eyes. Ked's eyes is his eyes, and so's Tripp's and everybody else's. We all come from a different way of looking at things. It's people's opinions on what they see as how they rank them, who's the better one or the other. And so it's not wrong or right at this point. It's just the way I see it. Really, it's not wrong or right whatsoever. I hate putting numbers on these guys, but if you ask me to do it, this is what I do it. This is what it is for me. I see this guy as the number 2 back in the draft. I really like me some Devin Neal, and I think he's got the whole package other than the long speed. Everything else, he's got it in spades. And I'll stand on that. And here's the number 1 back, because you can't take nothing away from him. That is Ashton Jeanty, 5'9", 209 pounds. It says 215 on some sites. I probably looked at a site that said 215. We'll give him that. He is a pinball. That's what he is. I think that's his superpower, is his ability to make people bounce off of and keep his acceleration. That's the key. When he makes people bounce off, it's like when people hit him, it's like they speed him up.
Pull up that video while he's talking, kids.
Okay. Which video?
I sent you one with this kid, Jeanty.
With Jeanty? Must be this.
I don't know.
No, that's not it. That's Jeanty. Oh, here we go. My dude, put some clothes on. Damn.
Settle down, Canada.
All right, give me a second. Let me get this on.
Don't worry about it. Let's keep talking because we got this.
Yeah, keep talking while he's pulling it up.
So I think that's really his superpower, is the contact balance and how when people hit him, I've seen times, and it was like, it's not like I only seen it once or twice. I've seen times when guys hit him and boom, bounce him out, and they think they're knocking him to the ground. They just sped him up and put him into another space so he can accelerate. Over and over and over again, this guy, he's legit now. I talk a whole lot of shit about him playing Boise State. If you see me in the chat, I'm gonna troll the shit out you motherfuckers. I'm gonna be like, man, he played at Boise State playing against Hawaii. I'm gonna be talking shit to y'all. But in truth, when I look at this guy's tape, I see the legit motherfucker. He's legit. Now, when he's dealing with NFL competition and fast defenses and people that can really match his speed and quickness, we'll see how he rises. But as of now, I'm gonna say this guy is legit. Legit. And you can't take nothing away from him. You really can't at the end of the day.
All right, let me cue this up. Just give me a minute. Boom. I think this is courtesy of our guy Swifty.
He's built like a brick shit house. He's a ball.
Like a small tank.
That's a good comp right there. Maurice Jones-Drew, but maybe he's in better shape than Maurice Jones-Drew. I tell you that.
MJD was never looked like that. Look at that! Look at that lateral movement, though.
I wish I seen more of it on tape.
More lateral?
Yeah, he's got some quick shuttle moves that make you miss.
You got to be kidding me, man!
I wish I see more of it. Did you hear what I said? It's just like a lot of open space when he's running the ball.
No, man, he creates open space is what I'm trying to say. There's a few snaps you can find where he's dead to rights, right? Like there's 8 men in the box, there's nowhere to go. And he creates his own space. Is the only way that I can explain it. He just juked twice to the left, and everybody's sort of over there. Next thing you know, he's off to the races.
You got to consider, like, when you're looking at this tape, one thing I would consider, and I'm not trying to take anything away from him, is who he's playing and the level of competition. That's not an unimportant fact. I mean, point of view. That's important. Because it's not going to be like that when he gets to the NFL. These motherfuckers will run him down and tackle him, and he's not going to be able to do that quite as easily. Now, will he get he'll definitely do some of that in the NFL, but as consistently as he did it in college, don't expect that. You know?
I don't know, man. And the only reason I'm saying this is in order to do the things that he's doing, yes, tackling is an issue as far as competition is concerned. But the level of field vision that you would have to accomplish these things you have to have a very high understanding of what's going. You know what I mean? It's like Devin Hester. It's probably the one comp that I'll give here in the way that he sees the field. Most like it's pretty clear and obvious that Boise State gonna run the ball on you. You know what I'm saying? They're running the ball on you. So you definitely have 8 in the box. You might have an extra guy coming down 2, maybe 2 more guys, knowing what's coming. And good Lord, this man's still putting up 2,600 yards. That's just crazy.
Hey, kids, I call my one of my teammates, and I'm gonna tell you who he is. And during the process of studying these dudes, and I'm just like, man, this cat from Boise State. He said, I already know what you're calling me for. He's like, he's legit. I was like, he playing against. He's like, man, the motherfucker's legit. He said the only thing about him is, just what I've been telling you guys is, can he match the speed and quickness of the NFL consistently? Like against you, he was talking about how, he's getting all these stacked up numbers and stacked up yardage and touchdowns against guys that ain't gonna never see the NFL. And so you have to look at that too, that his numbers are a little padded because when you're playing against Hawaii and fucking other little teams like that, ain't nobody going to play from Hawaii. You got to consider that too. He stacked his numbers up pretty good, but he told me flat out, and he's a running back, and I ain't going to tell you who he is, but he's qualified. He said the motherfucker's legit. And I took him for his word and I looked at the tape. And I agree with him. I think he is legit.
He is, and that's again. I know we're sitting there saying that they, in the chat they're saying he lost to Oregon. Like, you know what the game plan was, right? Like, you know what I mean? From a defensive coordinator perspective, you know what the game plan is. They're gonna pump the rock. They're gonna run the rock. That's what Boise State's coming to do. And if you can stop them from running the rock, you might win that football game. And in the case of Oregon, that's what happened. They prevented them from being able to run the rock all over the yard. You shut him down.
I'll give you a recent. I'll give you a conversation for a recent comparison, like not very recent, but recent enough. Randy Moss was coming out of Marshall. Similar thing. Similar situation. He's racked up and stacked up a whole bunch of numbers, and there's a bunch of people that was saying, I'm not comparing Ashton Jeanty to Randy Moss. No, but you had that kind of thing. Like with Randy Moss, there was a tangible dominance that you could see that would translate. It's a lot of people that think there's a tangible dominance about Ashton Jeanty that they think will translate. I'm not opposed to that. I think there's some things there about him that I really think makes him legit. How this shit works on the next level, you just don't know. And so I'm just saying, there's a more recent conversation that people have had about a player coming from a certain conference and a certain brand of football, who they played against. Does this translate to the NFL? You know what I mean? But I think Randy Moss probably would have been like one of the number 1 or 2 players coming out of the draft had he not had, character concerns going on. I don't know that people would say that about Ashton Jeanty. Would he be the number 1 pick or number 2 pick if he doesn't have any character concerns that I know about?
Well, the facts of the matter are these. First one is he's a running back. Ain't nobody really trying to pick a running back top of at the top of the charts here. Like, nobody's really trying to do that. The last 2 guys who were close was Saquon and Christian McCaffrey, and both those guys got hurt for very long periods of time, right? Like, you kind of have to look at what you're trying to invest your money into, and these guys are bell cows who will potentially wind up hurt at some point in their career. It's just facts. So it's tough to do that. Therefore, the odds of them going, number 1 overall are pretty slim. Heck, odds of them going top 10 are also a little bit questionable.
Well, I thought he was a favorite to go to the Raiders. And
this is
Vegas.
what I'm saying. If that's in speculation, that those teams, as well as myself personally, think this guy's got a little something different than everybody else does. Bijan Robinson was a similar situation. People thought he had something a little bit different, a little bit special, and he went in the top 10 as well. So there's those guys out there, and I feel like he might be one of them guys.
One thing I will layer on to Ashton Jeanty and also RJ Harvey. One of the things that really gets, when I hear people talking about these running backs and how good they are and what they can bring to the table, I don't hear enough people talking about, the build of some of these guys. Like that guy, RJ Harvey, and a couple other guys in this draft are built so low to the ground and are so powerful as they are built low to the ground. And you understand why guys bounce off of them. You understand why guys are, because the muscle, the density in that kid's muscle, and RJ Harvey is real. Like those guys, it's going to be hard to, like, when they hit when they get to the contact, they are so strong that they just run right through it. I mean, the muscle density is real. And so because they're built so low to the ground, that's an added feature to why they can be more dominant than some other running backs. It's just hard to get those little motherfuckers down. Being that strong, like you don't understand, like you hit a motherfucker that built and that low to the ground, it's like you hitting a piece of steel sometimes. Like I've hit motherfuckers like him, built just like that. And it's like you're hitting a piece of tin. It's no joke, man. Like this dude is he's set up to be, depending on where he goes, he's set up to be really, really good. Just I'm still gonna be questioning, can he rise to the level of competition consistently? That's what I'm gonna be wondering about it.
I feel like you can. I think we're going to definitely find out real soon. And, the upsides for whoever winds up drafting him is, do you have an offensive line? I don't know if the Raiders do. I don't know what they got over there as far as the O-line is concerned. Do you have an offensive line? Do you have a quarterback to take some of the heat off this guy? In my opinion, some of the backs that you've listed here would provide the Chicago Bears with that "F-you stop me" run game. And I think that's of the utmost importance to take some heat off of Caleb Williams' shoulders. If there's a little bit of balance between the run game and the passing situation, I think the Bears are, very quickly become a dangerous force in the NFC.
Well, we're gonna have this argument for the next month because, in my opinion, I don't think none of the picks in the first 2 or 3 should be very sexy for the Chicago Bears. We did that shit last year. Everybody got excited. Oh, we can get a weapon for Caleb. We can do this with. Man, we needed fucking trenches, man. We needed trenches, and even now, we still need some depth and rotation in the trenches. We can get a good running back. We don't have to reach.
Mm-hmm.
That's my point.
See, now, so far from what I'm hearing from this evening is that we got good depth at defensive line. So taking a guy, at the top pick isn't, well, first of all, none of it's a necessity. So we can take the best player available. But positionally, we have depth at defensive tackle. We can get a running back later. So far, it looks like safety is one of the premium positions we need to fill.
O-line, we don't have depth, Trips. We don't.
Safety is a starting position, whereas depth is one thing. But if a guy can come in and compete for left tackle, that's a technicality. But Emenwari or Starks or whatever top safety is coming in and probably start and not depth.
Yeah,
I don't know if you start him. I don't know if anybody starts over Jaquan Brisker. Let's being real about that one. I don't know.
If they draft,
he gets right of first refusal.
If they draft a safety early, they pick like in that first 2 rounds, maybe even 3. They draft that safety early. He's gonna probably, unless Jaquan Brisker just goes the fuck off, he's gonna probably end up being a starter. Unfortunately.
So so offensive line, that depth we still got to get, and now the only possible thing I'm seeing early there is left tackle. Looking at your Connerlys, looking at your I saw that they did look at Connerly at his pro day, I think.
Yeah, they did.
And
He's coming in for 30 minutes.
Yeah, that too. So you're looking at your top left tackles, offensive line, and that's not depth. They're probably looking at this guy to come in and, well, they're all going to compete to start, but you take in Connerly or was it Graham, and it's like, Braxton, welcome to swing tackle land.
I really do think they're targeting a starting tackle, and they're targeting another edge rusher. I think that's the priority.
I think those are the 2 priorities for sure, and I think they can both be had in spades with 39 and 41. Like, you can get some really high caliber talent at those 2, with those 2 picks.
Again,
but which order are you taking them?
I'll show this again, man. This is kind of to Keds' point. You drop
trade back, yeah.
You trade back, and this is where you can land. Like, you can't be scared. Like, be one.
You don't even need, and this is where my head is. You don't even need to trade back to accomplish what you have here. You were able to score 4 additional picks in the top 50. Cool. I'm just saying you don't even need to do it. You can get your luxury pick. You can get your high caliber tackle and your high caliber edge rusher. Not just your first 3 picks, with or without trading out. Just facts. The question is, what do you get after that? If you're really looking for a safety or a tight end it's 72 under normal pretenses, you can do that. If that's where you get your running back, again, you can also do that. I'm just worried that there's running back because the position is so beaten up every year. There are running back hungry teams out there. A lot of the guys that you just listed out here today will be gone by the time we get to the 72nd pick.
Fire it up, Kaz. Fire it up. Come on. Stop bullshit.
No. Y'all really want to do that? You
Just real quick. I mean, because
Go
looking at the process, just thinking through it logically, we've looked at defensive line. It's like, all right, we can get a talent there, but where is he going to play? Looking at running back room, okay, we can use help there and we will, but do we actually need no trades?
I'm just taking Genty because, just for the show.
We'll restart it.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
You just bulldog that one, kid.
I did.
Wait, I wanted to.
You can't do that, man.
I can do things. Just follow me now. So here we are at 39.
Go ahead, do yours because I had my own thoughts for this. Go ahead.
Here, I'll run it. I can run it back again. So here we are at 39. And look at the list. Both Tyleek and Kenneth Grant are still there. That's some dangerousness on your defensive line if that's what you want to do. But under normal pretenses, we're looking for a OT. There's your guy Connerly, boom, and we're also looking for this guy here. That was easy. You know what I'm saying? So those two picks are again the prototypical edge rusher is there available for us at 41 under normal pretenses. It might wind up being JT. It might wind up being Princely in a worst case scenario. Same thing, Jalen Walker 39 scrolls. There were some nice pieces there that we could have selected. I just wanted to sort of show how easy it is to get those trenches addressed with those two picks right where they are.
True that.
And hey, if you want to do DT here, here's Deon Walker, super solid. If you want to go crazy and do wide receiver, Jalen Knowles not terrible. But more importantly, I want to see what the running back situation looks like at 72. All right, so here we go. At 72, and the idea that I'm sort of trying to articulate to folks is if we did not select Genty at 10, somebody picked him earlier, imaginary. These are the running backs that we'd likely be looking at, and I'm not so sure this is really where we want to be with the running back position.
Got a little kerfuffle going on in the chat.
What's happening?
Yeah, they arguing about Jaden. It looked like Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
that's last year's argument.
Now let me ask you this, kids. With that said, they're also remember looking for what do you call that? A slot guy, like a fast slot guy. They looked at Worthy. Where is he expected to go, or what is he already gone? I guess
Worthy. Worthy's going to be gone because he's. There's Jalen Royals, who's close to a similar styled wide receiver to a Worthy, if that's really what you're looking for. He's available at 72. Tez Johnson.
He's not that fast, kid.
No, he's not. He's not Worthy fast. Worthy is world beater fast. He set the record fast, but the kid's pretty fast now. You know what I mean? I can't take anything away from Jalen Royals in the speed department.
You got a question from In the Grass. He says, "What does O tackle look like at 72?"
Again, it's okay. It ain't what I would want. Embo is here. He's dropped in this particular situation. Holling Pierce, I like Holling Pierce quite a bit, and I know how much Nomad likes Anthony Belton, who's a little bit further back.
I like several of those guys up here, but that's why I'm quiet, because I just let you guys have it.
I'm just saying, these, you could wait and get O tackle a bit later. I don't think that's what they should do. I think they need the trenches with 39 and 41, and you can get a high caliber, high caliber players at both of those positions. So what do you do with 10? Like I'm trying to show you guys, the running back position will dip in a stark way between 10 and 72, which is where it would leave you. So if you select a Nick Emenwari as the first guy, or a Mason Graham at 10, any of those guys along those lines, if there's no trade available and you have to select somebody.
Kids, give me a second. I'll be right back. I got to go open this door.
All right. You might be eating your own lunch here when you start looking for a running back down the road. And if that's the case, you will be looking at players like Giddens, Scatterbo solid, Bracial Tootin is solid. Damian Martinez is his favorite back in this list. Ollie Gordon, but again, these guys can be had a fair amount even further back than 72.
Oh yeah, there's Simpson even back farther.
This is what I'm saying. Like, so
RJ Harvey back there.
Like, I'll show you where Devin Neal is. I really like this.
Jaden Blue's back there.
Where's Jaden Blue? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, Jaden Blue's at 195, Taj Brooks 200, Devin Neal 211. Right. So
Allen, I've heard his name quite often.
Phil Maffa 229. So there are guys back there, but the question is, are they game-changing backs? I don't know. None of these names that I'm throwing at you put up 2,600 yards last season. It's a crazy number.
Restart it real quick for me, and just real quick. I don't want to just do a draft. I just want to walk through a little something early. No trades, and now looking at where we're at 10. And available. So now look at running backs. You got Genty there.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a game changer, blue chip guy. Any other blue chips, like just to you kids on this list? How far down do the blue chippers go, if at all?
Blue chip Ashton Genty. Super high caliber running backs, in my opinion. Hampton, Judkins, Travion Henderson in that order, followed by
I was just walking in and I heard kids selling the shit out of Ashton Genty and church shop.
Listen to this guy. Anyways, like followed by, in my opinion, probably a Brashard Smith, Taj Brooks, Devin Neal, and you can layer in some other guys after the fact.
All right. So now look at wide receivers. And where is Worthy projected?
You mean Royals?
No, the kid that they're the fast fucker.
That's Royals.
No. It's Bond.
Bond? Isaiah Bond? Bond is also very fast.
Is he the one that ran the 4.25 that they were looking at?
I think Isaiah Bond ran 4.25.
All right, so he's projected, was that 60?
Mm-hmm.
All right, hey. He's a slot guy, right?
Yeah. Let me slow down for you guys. Don't make no moves. Listen. Yeah, all the guys that are here there's 50 plus people still here in the chat. You guys are getting late night content, 3+ hours worth of it, because we love you guys, man. We know that you guys love the Bears. You want to talk about it as much as you can talk about it, and we're here delivering for you. So hit that like button, and if you're new to the channel, make sure you hit the damn subscribe button. Pop. Hit that sound, bitch, and let's keep us moving, man. But appreciate the content we're giving you tonight.
Yeah.
All right. So now, how far down looking at the type of player of archetype that they're looking at for a slot guy, other than Bond, how far down do you see any like good slot guys?
Like I say, I see Royals at 81, Restrepo at 74, although his speed situation is in question.
Well, we want speed because Ben Johnson wants speed.
Then I would I would go with either one of those guys, Royals or Bond.
All right, so just keep an eye out for Bond at 60. Now look at what's the other position? Safety.
Mm-hmm.
Now looking at safeties on this list, who would you want if you had to your pick of the litter?
I'm starting with Nick Emanwori for sure, without a shadow of a doubt.
And how deep does the safety list go as far as talent in your eyes?
I'd go right down to Jonas Sanker. Malachi Morris. Sebastian Castro's pretty good too. It's a little bit of a deeper list than I really thought it was. Catan Crawford's not bad either. But like the measurables of a guy like Emanwori changes the idea of the safety, you know.
So is he the blue chipper? He's the blue chipper safety of this class.
In my opinion, yes. Again, other people may argue with that. Like most of these big board guys have, like this. Is there a safety ahead? No. So they've got Malachi Starks ahead of Nick Emanwori. 6 feet tall, 197. Nick Emanwori is more like a Cam Chancellor. Probably the best comp I can give you. And that guy was dominant in that Legion of Boom, man.
Eric Guy says, "Come on, no man, let's revisit the Emanwori conversation. What about it? Like, give me something specific. What are we talking about?"
So it's Starks.
He says he's one of one. That's his guy.
No question. No question.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Derek. He is one of one. In my opinion, there is no safety that has these measurables and the skill set to back it up behind it.
Sideline to sideline speed, the range. It's all.
How's his coverage?
Yes, you know what I mean. Like he has the speed, the range. He's a wanton tackler. He will get you. He will put you in the ground.
Can he blitz? Does he blitz? He gets a quarterback?
He can blitz if the need be. That's just not necessarily what.
This is, by the way, you guys. This ain't me. This is Trips and Kids working this one through.
And he fills a hole in the run.
He does. He can if the need be.
So if he's the guy for the safety class.
If we're talking about safety class, in my opinion, he's the blue chipper of the safety class. That's my 2 cents on it.
All right. Now look at offensive tackles. And who do you see, and at what position are they available that are the blue chippers left tackles, no right tackles?
I don't remember who all the lefts are though. So Nomad, you're probably gonna have to help me out a little bit there.
What now? Where we at?
We're at offensive tackle. Looking at
Will
left.
Campbell went already off the board at 2.
So Campbell's gone at 2. Membu's a right.
Membu can be. He's talented enough to play both.
He's a right under normal pretenses. Yes. Kelvin Banks is also a left, I believe.
If you trying to draft a left tackle, Trip?
Yeah, we're trying to blue chip our left tackles in this draft.
You gotta Josh Connolly, I think. And Kelvin Banks, you can't go really wrong. Josh Simmons is there, but I think there's a difference between Josh Simmons and Connolly and Kelvin Banks.
Ariante Ursary a left. Yeah, he's a left. In my opinion, I think he's the blue chipper left tackle that would be available to us. That's my take.
No. Is he the left tackle that will be available to us, or is he the blue chipper left tackle of your opinion?
Both.
So he's Ursary's number 1 on your tackle board.
In my opinion, yes.
Okay.
Yes, he is.
And that's at 41 projected. All right. Yeah. Defensive tackle. Who are your blue chippers here?
A bunch of them. Man, ain't nothing wrong with Derek Harmon. Don't get me wrong. personally, I like Tyleek Williams and Kenneth Grant.
Wait. But Tyleek, he fell down and go boom boom when he was running his 40.
I heard that wasn't nothing.
Yeah, but I still don't like it. I understand that he blew a tire when he was running, and you get it up and shake it off. Ooh, shake it off.
How many times his big ass gonna run a 40?
Well, look,
Right.
he moves very well, except in that one particular 40. You know what I mean? Under normal pretenses, he moves very, very well. I like the kid a lot, but I don't want to take anything away. Like, this group of humanity is tough to select a blue chipper out of. I think everybody and their mom is going to go. The blue chipper is Kenneth Grant. I personally like Tyleek Williams better than Kenneth Grant. But Derek Harmon is super solid. So's Walter Nolan. So's Deion Walker. So's TJ Sanders. So's Omar Norman Lott.
So, question, Trips, what are you trying to get? You trying to get a nose guard, or
Well, no, I'm not really drafting now. I'm just looking at the possibilities and the depth of the positional groupings. And so it's not like, well, if we don't get this guy at 10, we're fucked for the rest of the draft at this grouping. And so far we've seen some depth at running back. And even though Genty may be the top guy, that there are 3 to 5 other guys that can be a top guy. We see the same with defensive tackle. We see a few less at left tackle, but a number, it's not like 1 or 2 guys. But so far, the depth is less at safety. And let's check edge. So as far as the order, like if we had to take a pick at 10, I'm thinking Poles would do a Emenwari kind of guy, go out of best player available. And so far with the depth at the position groupings, you can get all of these positions later. And even if you trade back a little bit, even possibly still get an Emenwari, but you might not want to mess around if he's your guy. If Dennis Allen was like, dude, this is the blue chipper safety of this draft. I can do things with him in his defense. I want him, please.
And he's a DB guy, man. He likes that secondary a lot.
And now edges, what are you seeing? Like depth as far as
edges
potential good.
Edges is kind of like it's kind of solid right up to pick 76, I think. There's a couple of exceptions to that rule, but it's a relatively deep class of edges too, starting with the big homie Abdul Carter. Shamar Stewart is a solid edge. He just doesn't have the stats. The question is, how does his game translate in the NFL? I don't know. Maybe the Bears want to find out. Michael Williams he's solid across the board. There's really no questions with him. I just find him a little bit slower on the uptake than this guy. And folks will say this guy's a little bit light in the butt. You know what I mean? So like there's stuff that's going on here with each one of these guys. Nick Scorton is sort of smack in the middle of those 2 guys, except less length. Donovan
is he a
Ezraku,
little light in the ass too, Scorton?
a little bit. Ezraku, very similar thing, less length, a little bit on the smaller side, but again, pretty fast. Mike Green, similar conversation as to the last 2 guys, has pretty solid stats though. Landon Jackson, prototypical, 6'6", 264.
There you go. Now he has and your guy JT Tuamalo.
JT is very similar in being that prototype as well. He's just not quite as fast as Landon Jackson and not quite as long as Landon Jackson, but similar.
And now we know they got to look at JT because they were at Ohio State's Pro Day.
There you have that, right?
And
this
he's
is my
projected where is that number?
54.
And
So again-
anybody below him that you would like?
Yeah, Princely is solid. Princely is solid. Again, a little bit lighter than JT, about the same amount of same amount of numbers, etc. Kind of makes sense. I wouldn't be mad if they got Princely. Personally, I would rather there's a couple more guys, man. You know what I'm saying? So Kyle Kennard's out there. You know?
And these are all Jared Allen defensive fits, right?
I would have to think so. Ashton Gelati, again, a little bit less length, but a little bit more size, whereas Kyle Kennard's a little bit longer and faster. I think that's probably where I would stop talking about the edge rushers.
Oh, okay. So edge.
That's pretty deep. Who's the
So-
game changer here? I think the game changer is either, in my opinion, Landon Jackson and quite obviously Abdul Carter.
All right. So I'm on the clock right now, right at 10.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Show me all. All right. Malachi Starks. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. There we go. Tab man. Keep scrolling down on. Over there. There you go. All right. You said Michael Williams. Keep scrolling. Keep
See,
scrolling.
There's one more blue chipper we've completely ignored here. But
Who was that?
Tyler Warren,
Man, what position does he play?
tight end.
Oh yeah, tight end. Look at that list. Because that how deep is tight end? Have we studied them at all?
It's a little bit deeper than one would think as well. So Tyler Warren is your blue chipper here, but Colston Loveland is solid. So is Harold Fanning. So's Peanut Butter Skin. Gunnar Helm is solid too, but for different reasons. He's more of your inline blocker. Elijah Aurora can kind of do all of the above as well, but he's more of a he's less of a blocker.
So we're kind of thin at tight end, in other words.
No, because like then you got your guy Jalen Conyers who can do everything, and he's listed at maybe 215. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So there's some versatility here. I think the difference between a Jalen Conyers and let's go with even an Aurora is his size. All right. So these guys are just a little bit bigger than Jalen Conyers. Jalen Conyers is probably more of like an H-back than a tight end, but I think he could serve the tight end position just fine in the NFL.
Okay. All right. So with that said, looking at available, all available, if you're Ryan Poles and you're not trading back, knowing the depth in the class, are you taking Genty? Are you taking McMillan? You know, or who's the unicorn other than Genty? Any unicorn other than Amore at 21 or whatever he is.
I'm looking, if this is what we're looking at, I'm saying Ashton Genty. I'm saying Tyler Warren. I'm saying Nick Emmanwori. Notice I skipped over my guy James Pierce, but it's just facts. Those would be my three guys that I'd be aiming at. Period.
What do you think, Nomad?
What's the question again?
When presented with what's available on the board now, if you're who's well, how do I phrase this? If you're Ryan Poles, who are your blue chippers on this board right now at pick number 10? At the positions of running back, D tackle, left tackle, safety, and tight end. Your most important needs right now.
Ashton Genty's there. Tight end, you said Tyler Warren is there. There's other guys later on in the draft like Jalen Conyers that Michael Williams is definitely there. Nick Emmanwori, Jihad Campbell.
We didn't even look at linebackers.
And they ain't picking no linebacker in the top 10. I'll tell you that right now.
Nick Scorton is also a blue chipper.
If you think so?
Yes. Tyleek Williams.
Hmm.
Uh,
So with depth of position groups,
Keenan
what
Grant.
what is the most rarest position that we need to take early or they won't be there?
There's not a position there that you need to strike right here. That you can't get comparable or just as good a draft pick later on. There's nobody there that you have to have right there. You can get unless it's Nick Eamon-Warrior. You ain't gonna get nobody else like Nick Eamon-Warrior.
See,
no.
this is what I was about to say. So, in my opinion, Genty's there, Warren is there, and Eamon Warrior is the other guy. Like, those are the three guys to me who are actually blue chip caliber players. They're sort of one of one.
There's a one of one there, and that's Nick Eamon-Warrior. Now, if that's what you after, you get that one of one. That's that guy. You know, everybody else.
Well, when you're picking it in high in the draft, which we hope is the last time for a long time, do you take that one of one? Isn't that the logical move if you're a Vulcan?
You could. I mean, they can go down that road and just get that special fucking football player. They can. They set themselves up to do it. Yeah, no question.
I mean, because like from everything that we've discussed, you know, we've said Genty, he's good. We haven't disputed that, but there are other running backs that are close enough to him that he can be let go. You know, scroll down there a little bit, kids. Now is Warren a one of one in the tight end class this year?
Oh, nope.
Okay. All right, so he can be had later. Malachi Starks, Michael Williams, you know, no.
Nope.
All right, so you get to Pierce, and you know, Pierce is kids has got, but he scrolled on by.
He ain't no one of one.
And
That's
so
what I'm saying. Like the edge rusher class is super deep here that we can still do some damage with 39 or 41. So
I propose that the logic says Eamon-Warrior is our guy. So if we can trade down, like what are the trade offers? Are there there are no trade offers here? But
right
like
now,
if there were any trade offers and you think you can go down a few spots because like a Genty's on the board and you know that teams are going to be trading up to get him, let's see if it's the same shit. Like just go to the screen right now, but not the trades. Like if Genty's on the board, does somebody want to trade up for him?
You getting any offers?
Well, I mean, I'm asking like in IRL. That means in real life, like the kids say.
It might be, but maybe not. Some people will just try to wait and see how the shit plays out.
All right, because let's see
both Ashton Genty and Nick Eamon-Warrior are still on the board after I took 20 I took that trade.
Can you imagine if the Bears laid it on thick in this 30 visit and really put it on for them? And when they get to that number 10 pick, if that motherfucker falls there and some other teams really, really covet that guy, they set up a great scenario for them to be able to get something out of that.
Who went at 10 in this scenario? Go ahead, no man.
No, I'm just saying if they really laid it on thick when it came to Ashton Genty and really put on for him and really put some shit out on social media and made it look like. Remember when I was talking about that Jedi mind trick shit that they can do and really get for that pick, you know what I mean?
Right, make the other teams think that you want them, so they got to offer more to get you to give them up. Mm-hmm. Who went at 10 in this scenario?
So you notice they kind of did what I said. You know what I mean? They sent everybody to Ohio State and sent Eric Bieniemy solo to Boise, and that's exactly what you do if you're not trying to blow up your spot. You send one guy out there to take a look at him, and you focus on Ohio. Look at me. We're going to pick all these Ohio State guys. Look at us all. We're all over here. Look at me.
Don't look at what's going on over there in Boise.
You don't see Eric Bieniemy all by himself.
Don't worry about it. He's not over there.
With his hoodie on and glasses, eating a cheeseburger. You don't see him over there in Boise and French fries, obviously. You got
go what you got, Trip.
But looking at this, like if if this is where's the next pick? 39
Mm-hmm.
is where we at now. Where are we picking at? What number is this?
So what I did, because the big homie Mark Wallace was like, man, just trade down. So I did.
Get ready for y'all to do something.
Right.
So I traded down. So I traded down to 20.
Okay.
Look who's
Oh, we're
still
at 20. Okay. Yeah, I would have to go with him and Warwick, bro.
bro. If I make it here and Genty is still on the board, there's no way I'm leaving with that.
Don't try to sell him, kids. Let him do what he's gonna do.
Well, but I mean, just looking at the depth of it, if Genty's not the one of one, you know what I mean? I want the one of one. And so if that's Emmett Warrior, give me him. And then you go to the next pick, and then you look at the at what's there. It's like, no, that's too far back. Next. No, wait, well, that's possibilities. But what's on the board? Who's not what, but who's on the board? Where are we at? We're at pick number 39. You got Grant, where we're Watts. We took a tackle. Irsay is the tackle. Isn't Irsay that you said was your blue chip or left tackle?
Mm-hmm.
Give me him. Wait, see right there. See what's on the board for me? Not on the board, on the big board. Running back wise.
Hey, Scrolls, tell me about them damn Polynesian women, man. I ain't out west, man. I don't know nothing about that. I need to migrate.
Watch out now. All right, Caleb Johnson, Judkins, scroll down a little bit. Giddens. All right, so we got what was the other position? What was the other one? The edge? Was that the one? That's not what I was thinking of. Was
Hey,
it?
Scrolls, matter of fact,
You just got the
Yeah, there was
offense.
no Landon Jackson.
I can remember where's Cal? Where's the University of Cal? I think that's in Berkeley, California. We went out there, and I seen a handful of them.
Is that what you want?
Woo!
Wait, but hold on.
You got pick 51 here still, because I was able to trade back and get your pick.
Oh yeah, see all. Oh yeah, the Polynesians and that golden sun-kissed coconut oil skin. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's what I was. Where's the wide receiver? That's what I was looking for. The fast dude.
A quick pause. Hey, Scrolls, man, I was so pissed off that we only flew in, played the game, and went to the hotel, and they was like security was out there. They wouldn't let us get up out that motherfucker. We couldn't really move around like I wanted to, and they was out there, dude. They was out there, and I mean when I say they was out there, they was out there in Berkeley. I think that's where it's at, right? You said it's in Berkeley. Yep.
Oh, there it is. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, SoCal baby. That's what's up. Oh, all right, go back to the top. I remember that. All right, so where are we at? Go back to the top. All right,
41.
All right, scroll down. Keep going. All right, Landon Jackson. All right, go to the no, thank you. No, thank you. Go to the top. All right, go specifically to running backs.
Kenneth Grant dropped, bro.
Hey, Scrolls, we were stuck up in that hotel looking out the window. They was all out there, man. They was just like, "What's up?" We was just like, "Shit, we can't go nowhere."
Give us Judkins. All right, go to all. No, thank you. Welcome to Miami.
Yo, if you don't take Kenneth Grant,
Yeah, I know you was about to cuss me out. Take Grant.
wow, he dropped to 72. That's crazy.
Hey, shit happens. You maybe failed a drug test in the
He
digital.
must have. Somebody said he's smoking weed out of gas mask.
Go to all.
Pictures. Yeah.
All right. What are we looking at here? Wide receiver.
Hey, you know what, dude? I think some motherfuckers got away. I think a linebacker and one of our edge rushers got out. They got jammed up too, but they was out there. They was like heathens out there, man. Them guys was tight.
That's nasty.
That's my first time. That's my first time being that far out west.
Give us the Lambert Smith. He's the a nice slot on this list, right?
Yeah, but you can get him much later.
Oh, where? How many more picks we got?
You got 2 more picks.
148 and 233.
148, 233, and 240. 3 more.
Oh, okay, and 24. All right, best available. We got the Grant, so that's edge. We got tackle. We got left tackle. We got running back. Is this best available?
Mm-hmm.
All right, scroll. We got a safety early. We got running back. We got D tackle. What about interior D line? Best available. Who looks good to
Well,
you?
you did get Kenneth Grant.
I'm sorry, offensive line. Check that offensive line.
My bad. So you got Ariante Ursary at tackle. If
Right.
you want interior O-line, let's see what the guard situation is back here. Miles Frazier ain't bad. Oh, that's not a bad look. Tackle. Jalen Rivers is pretty good. Carson Vincent's a bit further back. And guard, center, you could do worse with Seth McLaughlin or Jonah Monheim, but you did just pay big money to a center. So there's that. Thoughts. Here's the real thoughts. Jalen Conyers.
Yeah, him. Give us him.
I'm surprised. Oh, he's not the first guy, but is that who you want?
Wait, go back to all. He's at 215. Just remember 215. Go to all.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, tight end and wide receiver is what I'm looking for here. So keep scrolling. As we took care of safety, we took care of running back. We can scroll on, scroll on.
Jalen Lane. Here's a slot.
But didn't we like the Lambert Smith guy better? Or no?
Nomad likes him quite a bit.
Who?
KLS.
Dude, he bad in the motherfucker, dude.
But versus
the dude that slot receiver though.
We talking about slot?
Yeah.
Oh, he bad in the motherfucker, dude.
Okay, all right then.
What? Hey, Scrolls. You said Barkley was Bay Area, some of the baddest sisters, period, in Oakland. That's where y'all should have kicked it, man. Dude, I didn't even get to like when people ask me have I ever been out west or to California, I say no, because we just flew in, went to the hotel, went to eat, went out there to practice. We just did regular routine shit. They didn't let us get loose out there. I don't know why they were so restricted when we got out there, man. I was pissed off about that.
Mm-hmm. They don't want y'all getting locked up, catching cases.
That's it.
I knew you were talking about Berkeley, bro. I know it.
Oh, isn't that linebacker? Scroll down a little bit. Isn't that he good? Keep going down, the other way down. I remember
Jack
Kaiser.
Kaiser the Saucy.
Yeah, you just passed him.
I know. I'm just looking to see if there's any more linebackers around here. Kaiser Saucy. All right. So what you want to do?
All right, next pick. Yeah, I want to get that slot receiver KLS and the tight end of Conyers.
Make sure you write the names down.
Conyers now.
Write the names down, just getting trips, because KLS is worth the watch. For sure. You're gonna be like, oh, holy shit.
And then we run them through. And so I'm just looking at the best players at the position going in order, not in order, but
did you get a linebacker yet, Trips? Did you get a linebacker yet?
No, I was looking at Kaiser, but I wanted to take care of the other guy first.
Oh, there's your boy Nick Martin right there. Matter of fact.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I remember him.
Grab him?
Yeah. So that takes care of that. And then we got another pick right here.
1-2 picks before us.
Oh, back to the goddamn Packers. Ain't that?
Of course, the Packers scoop them up.
Those mother.
Man, Scrolls got me wanting to go out fucking west.
All right, who's I need a slot then, because I was looking for KLS and then
this deep. I don't know. I can't really help. With slot receivers this deep.
Hey, Scrolls, chill out, man. My lady just came in. You finna get jammed up.
Pick me out a receiver here, Nomad, because we just missed KLS to the damn Packers
Oh, you miss KLS?
two picks ago.
Go back up. Go back up. You looking for a slot guy?
Yeah.
Keep scrolling. Oh, keep going. It's a lot of receivers here. That's good. Keep going. Oh, there you go. Slow back up. Chimere Dike.
Bless you.
Or Brendan Presley. One of those, you can't go wrong. Chimere Dike he's a pure slot.
And what was the other guy?
Brendan Presley.
Let's go with where's Chimere Dike? I like that name. I'm gonna do things with that.
Mark Wallace, man. Y'all better stop, man. Y'all cut it out now.
Chimere Dike, take him. And now that this should really give us a little bit of depth, give us some guys battling for starting positions, and have some blue chip talent to the roster with these here guys.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with this. This is a great draft too.
It answers every position grouping, and there's no real reaches or, there's like, how did this guy fall there, of course, but you take advantage of the situation. These are possibilities that we're looking at, a little less than a month from today.
That's not bad, man. There's only two picks that I would disagree with.
What's that?
Ariante Ursary and Quinshon Judkins. Those are only two. Everything else, I definitely smack ass right down the pipe.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right down.
Well, why don't you like Ursary?
Because I think he's gonna struggle with the quicker edge rushers that you're gonna see a lot in the NFL. They're gonna get around him quite a bit. The only problem I have with him is his foot speed. I see a flaw there, and I think there's going to be a team that's going to be trying to make sure that he's a tackle, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm just not sure about him. Maybe I'll go look at him some more, but I have some question marks about him. That's just me.
And Judkins, he ain't even make your top 10.
I think he's very limited. Very limited. And I wasn't trying to slight him, man. It was just my honest take on him. I think he's very limited, man. I think he's a straight ahead runner, and if it's not there, he's gonna get the hell tackled out of him.
Right on. Well, there you go. Because at the time that we picked Judkins, there were a couple other of your guys on that list still. So I mean, just the possibilities. My point being, overall, this whole exercise is that we have options because we are not in need of a position grouping. So we can look for, the best talent available. And I like the way that Poles has gotten us into this position, even though he has caught a lot of shit and people wanted him fired like 3 months ago.
It's a good draft, Trips, man. I mean, I got my questions about two players. That doesn't take away from what I think this shit is. I think it's a nice ass draft. Well done, bro.
Right.
I'll just say that, man. It's well done.
Well, now that we're getting to be a month away, now we know names like Chimere Dike going pick 240. You know what I mean?
Hey,
so in the next few weeks, we gonna know it's like, oh, he's scheduled for 450. Man, how did he drop that far?
Hey, listen, I mean it when I say you guys. I ain't just talking to Trips. You guys too. Take down the names in this draft and go look at, especially at Chimere Dike, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Like, that guy is a serious sleeper in this draft. I'm like, this guy is going to be a real nice slot receiver. He's like the best thing I can describe him to. He's like, what's the guy out of LA that just got traded because they didn't pay him?
No, not Cooper Kupp.
Cooper Kupp. He's like Cooper Kupp. He's that dependable. He's like Cooper Kupp. He's one of them. He's going to get on the team, and he kind of reminded me of what's number 86 with the Bears, the really good route runner that was always they had him on the team 2 or 3 times in the Flus regime. Number 86.
Flus regime. I was about to say Marty Booker, but you said Flus regime.
Wide receiver?
Yeah, he's a slot receiver, man. He's constantly making getting on the team, and then when he gets his chance, he's an they respect him as the best route runner on the team.
Not
What's
Pettis.
Dante Pettis.
Okay.
He's like a tougher Dante Pettis.
That's saying a lot.
And Dante Pettis is a very underrated route runner, man. He is really good.
Yeah, his hands were a little suspect, but he's down there in New Orleans doing his thing.
This dude's got fucking fly paper for hands.
And he's got a little quickness. He got top end speed.
He's faster than he appears. Like you can see him accelerate past motherfuckers, and it's just like, damn, he'll surprise you with that. You'll see that on film if you check him out. Yeah, he's one of them. He's one of them. He's gonna be around for a long time in this league, and people just ain't talking about him because everybody has their favorites. He's one of the more surprising guys. I would just say when I looked at the tape, I was like, oh holy shit! Like Florida's got some dudes on that team on both sides of the ball. But yeah, man. How about some pleasantries so we can get ready to get up out of here so I don't have to get slammed with a goddamn skillet or something.
Well, we've been getting slammed enough in this chat about these top 10 running backs, so it would just be par for the course.
They're gonna tear me apart about that.
Anyways, look, big love to all you guys. Thanks for representing with us. By all means, check me out. Give me a little bit of love, a little bit of subscribe at Keds the Canuck here on YouTube, or at Keds the Canuck on Twitch as well. I would appreciate it there too. Big shout outs to my guy Triple R. Follow him at Sports Chicago Style. By all means, give him a little bit of love and some likes and some shares. Oh, hey, I know that guy. Do the same thing for the big homie Nomad here at the Nomad Network. Give him a little bit of love as well. Like, share, and subscribe across the board. Help us grow our channels. This way we can provide a fair amount more content to people like yourselves in the chat. And in that respect, big up to you guys, each and every one of you. And I will give you a little bit of love on our way out the door.
Favorite, take down, save the mock draft, but take it down so that we can close.
Done.
There you go.
Done. I guess I should probably save that thing before we get out of here, before I forget. Saved. With all that being said, big shout outs to the Scrolls for keeping it real and for giving love to the Thai Cambodian ladies out there. Big ups from all of us in for all intents and purposes. It's also giving a little bit of love to ladies from Laos as well.
We love you a long time.
Yeah, great country, Laos. I like Laos. It's a good country. That being said,
Tubuku.
Shout outs to Mark Wallace for being down with us deep into the weeds here tonight, late at night, Nomad at night, with some extra sauce. Big love to the big homie D Rocket Dream Burns. What a dude, D. Sophisticated Thoughts was with us all night long. He was very angry with your selections, and so was I. So I'm right there with him. Derek Guy, super no maniac. Derek Guy, that is. Give you a little bit of respect. Shout outs to In the Grasp, doing the darn thing with us late at night. Who else we got, man? We got a whole bunch of folks that were with us tonight. King Booker World was down with us tonight. Who else we got? This last hour was just like the Scrolls. You know what I mean? The Scrolls is in there deep. Levante Rogers was doing it big with us tonight. Smitty Q was too. Shout out to both of y'all. Thanks for keeping it alive in the chat. Cliff Victoria was down with us in the chat. The Minister, Charles Johnson, he's a super no maniac. You should be too. Big shout outs to our guy, Brad Williamson. Shout outs to you, sir. Thank you for coming through and keeping it alive with us. Who else we got out there?
Hey, Levante, we love having y'all here, man. We love y'all just as much as y'all love us, man. And we
absolutely,
you guys.
OKC Bears, thanks for coming through and doing the darn thing. Shout outs to Crooked Commish, who was here with us as well. Swifty came through and spent a little bit of time as well. Shout outs to you, Swift. Always good chopping it up with you, brother. Kenny Adams was with us. Smitty Q was down here too. Shout outs to Victor Perez. He's a super no maniac as well. So is Marlon Johnson. Shout out to you. Hey, Oliver Chapman. Always good to see you, Oliver. Thanks for coming through, brother. We love you. We love the rest of y'all as well. The Harriest Bear Grooch, shout out to you, my dude. Shout out to Brandon J. Bias. What's popping, Brandon? Thanks for coming through and doing the thing with us as well. AC Adam was in the chat. Man, always good to have you, AC. Who else we got out there? There's a few more, I'm sure. Who am I missing here tonight? Aunt Moss. Aunt Moss was out there with us. I definitely said Cliff Victoria. What else we got? Oh, Petty Murphy was in the chat with us tonight for sure. Shout out to you, Black Diamond. Big ups to you, sir. Paul Rodriguez was with us as well. Chris Foster was out there. Shout out to you, Bare Minimum. Thanks for coming through, cussing out every single one of those selections of Nomad. It was quite funny to read in retrospect. Shout out to PZ. I didn't get you the other day, PZ, so made sure to find you. Shout out to Don Burr is my idol, although I don't think Don Burr is anybody's idol for real. Shout out to Don Burr, but no love for Don Burr. Shout out to Ron C in the place to be. What it do, Ron C? Shout out to Dr. Earl. Shout out to Trax. Big Trax was down with us tonight. Who else we got out there? Jay Capone the Dawn was down with us tonight. And we may be running out of runway here, I think. Who else we got? Anybody else? Oh, Osama Ben Johnson. Probably the best tag name in Bears fan land. Like, big ups to you, and big ups to Lawrence Kennedy, and big ups to Damascus Roberts. And that's about the show, man. Thanks for hanging out. We appreciate it.
Right on.
Oh, shout out to Chef Trip.
Oh yeah, shout out to Chef Trip for representing the channel at Sports Chicago Style. Much appreciated. He made that ground beef stir fry? That was looking pretty yummy.
It's pretty
I'm
dope.
hungry as all get out right now, but it's just time for bed. So
and if any of y'all came into the show late and missed Chef Trips, he came on early and did a live cooking thing. It was nice. But real quick, Scrolls. Have you noticed that the Cambodian, Filipino, Vietnamese, the Southeast Asian women, that their toes, they have that space in between them.
Here we
They,
go.
they gap apart a little bit because I think they're barefoot so much and wear flops that their feet just kind of spread out naturally, and those little round yummies are all out there like that. You're like, just pay attention. If you see, you don't see none of those all squished up. You don't see that. So just pay attention. Let me know next time. Holla.
Toes, really?
He peeped that. He saw it.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Thanks for the like, Scrolls. I appreciate it, brother.
Just something that you noticed. That's all. But much appreciation to all the Nomadiacs. Thanks for tuning in, hanging out with us, going through our talking points and our
wait a minute, Trish.
exercises.
Time out, Trish. What did you say about what did you say about their feet, man? All I heard was feet, and I was just like, oh shit. What'd you say?
They're little yummies, their toes.
Oh,
They don't.
These aren't somebody's hands that you got.
They don't. Well, no, they're not like that. They're much shorter
Holy
and look
shit.
cuter and a little golden brown, but they spread apart. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're barefoot and like you spread your toes all the way apart as far as you can.
They got
That's
flat
kind of
feet.
normal for them because they're always wearing sandals and barefoot out there.
Got flat
So
feet.
they don't have the constraints of shoes. Whereas like you see like Eastern European women all scrunched up with their toes all together and shit. Ain't no room in between and all squeezing each other out because they be wearing those tight ass shoes trying to look cute and shit.
Hey, Scrolls, if I bring Trips out to Cali, we're not taking his ass out to no coffee lounge and no shit like that where everybody walking around with flip-flops on. That motherfucking feet, his face gonna be completely fixed on the floor. Period.
As long as they ain't got feet like this person here, 'cause I don't know what's up.
Yeah.
with
Now
them.
those are some long ass phalanges right there.
That's what I'm trying to say. Them two middle toes
Oh my god.
Yeah, those man, that's man, ouch. Cause you stubbing some shit on the bedpost all the damn time with them flippers.
Feet ain't nothing but goddamn skin and bones with some
You know what I
nails.
mean? Like, you stub your big toe and you get mad. This person here would stub like all three of them toes at the same time.
Oh shit.
It's just fucking skin and bones, bro, with some nails on it. That's
Well,
it.
yeah, but it's what's a fat ass? Some skin and bones with some fat in it.
That's some flesh right there, homeboy. That's flesh.
What about some boobies? You know what I mean?
Flesh.
Just pretty eyes.
Flesh.
You know what I mean? It's like you like your nails. It's like look at your toes, and it's like, oh, they look delicious.
We can't take your ass out to this.
No, you can't.
When we be out, when motherfuckers be outside getting their meal, eating up under a little umbrella and shit, motherfuckers just be eating and being regular talking. Just gonna be looking at everything.
Trying to be
everything through that motherfucker trip gonna be on it.
Well, they appreciate it when you notice the pedicure, and I appreciate it when they have the pedicure.
Man, listen,
I appreciate it when I'm not paying for the pedicure.
Well, I ain't paying for it. I ain't paying for shit.
I'm just saying.
Hey, I got my own maintenance costs. You have your maintenance costs.
You know what? When it comes to that, the only thing I care about is like if we go somewhere and she got her joints out and she's showing them, make sure the bitch is right. That's all I care about. I don't want to get embarrassed. That's all. Because the motherfucker goes straight up. Oh, look at him. Nah, I ain't trying to do all that. Nah, you're gonna get them motherfuckers right up, put some shoes on them bitches. That's all.
So you understand what ugly feet are.
No, I haven't seen them now. I haven't seen some goddamn cow kickers. I haven't seen them, but more times than not. If I think about it, chicks I've been with, they have some pretty decent looking feet, I guess. I don't know. But I ain't putting all that shit in my mouth, man. Now all that they've been walking somewhere.
Well,
but when
taking a left turn. Keep going.
when there's certain, let's say when you're practicing your partner's yoga, quote unquote, and they rub the on the side of your face, and it's like, is it a smooth bottom? Is it the little wrinkles in the bottom? They have a nice smooth heel. Is it a rough heel?
God, that lady been walking around somewhere. Like she been walking some fucking where. She been like, nah, man.
Well, yeah, somewhere.
This lady here?
No, any lady. She been walking some fucking where.
Well, nah, some people are into that. The little stinkier, the better. Some people are into that. I'm just saying.
Whoa.
But yeah, I mean, it's like, hey, it's just like the pinky toenail. You got a pinky toenail? Do you not? Do the nails hook over?
Look at this pinky toenail. That motherfucker look like a small middle finger.
Well, yeah, those are kind of crazy right there. Yeah. I don't know where you found that picture of, but that's not healthy.
Hey,
I don't think that's healthy at all.
I like I've been with women that have nice looking feet, and it's you feel good when you go out. Like we going out, we finna roll, and you out somewhere, and she ain't embarrassing you. Shit look nice, you know what I mean? But man, we be carrying that shit too far, man. And stop putting feet in your goddamn mouth. Her has been walking around somewhere.
Well, like Scroll said, pretty feet can turn a 5 into a 7.
Yeah, you're right about that, man. You know what I mean? It's like I noticed them, and I'm like, if her shit fucked up, you damn near to ruin the deal. You damn near to ruin the deal because I know it's limited what we can do. I can't take your ass out and your shit all busted up and shit. Nah, keep some shoes because she gonna be mad when I say, "Hey, put some shoes on, man. We finna go out, but put some shoes on." Well, I gotta put shoes on. I've been through that. I ain't seen that
whole thing.
Yeah, it's like why I gotta put on shoes? It's hot, like because your shit fucked up. I don't want to say that, but your shit busted up, nigga.
Wow.
Your gnarly shits down there.
Wow.
You don't need to be owning no flip flops, girl. Stop it.
Right, like your shit busted, fucked up, and your shit knotted all up. Come on now, you got corns.
You come home, but like, no man, where all my sandals at? I don't know.
Man, this lady, because this girl was trying to get at me, and she left. I was basically a salesman for a temporary agency, and she came in the office and was trying to, trying to get on, man. And I asked her to come back. I didn't ask her, but one of the owners asked her to come back there for an interview. And you know, she came back there with her flip-flops on. They was laughing at me. And I was just like, there's like, hey, Nomad, should we give her the job? I was like, hell no. Why? She was very, very well presented. I'm like, man, she's gonna go somewhere with them busted up ass fucking feet out, and they're gonna be laughing at her ass when she walk out the door. You can't, like, she was in a pretty girl sales role. That's what she was applying for. You know, and that's a different kind of role. You know, you got to go do presentations and doing all that kind of stuff. You got to go to job fairs and do all that kind of thing.
So she couldn't wear shoes in them situations.
She wasn't going
open toe shoes.
She was one of them people that didn't, you know, she didn't notice that her feet was fucked up.
Are you telling me you didn't hire this girl because she had bad feet?
I told them not to hire her because her feet was fucked
You
up.
told them not to hire her because of her feet.
Not for that job, man. I would have hired her for different jobs. I would have hired her for different jobs, but
What
not
happened to DEI, man?
Hire her for stuff behind where she's standing.
What
behind
happened
the
to
corner.
diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Yeah, that's passe. You know, we don't play
man,
that. We don't play that no more in this country.
that girl looked like she been running a lawnmower on a 10-acre lot by herself with no shoes and socks on.
Be all gnarled up with them big ass black knuckles and maybe a little fur coming off of them. You know,
Man,
toenails all
guys.
ground up and yellow and shit.
Hey, Trips and kids, you got to think about the environment she's going to be walking into. She's going to be walking into an environment with a bunch of stupid, simple-minded ass, you know, men that see things very simply.
Yeah, but time out.
She's not pretty enough.
How was she from the knees up?
She's nice.
Well, like, what are we talking about here?
Because
Ugly ass feet.
her joints was fucked up.
I know. I ain't trying to talk to no job recruiter and to say, "Hey, how you doing?" Oh, damn! Look at your feet.
Hey, Trips,
Oh,
she'd have walked in there, and that would have been the only thing they'd have been thinking about.
They're not hearing a word she's
They'd be
saying.
like, "What you just say? How much can you save us?" And be like, "Okay, I can't stop thinking about your girls, your homegirls is fucked up."
Right? Y'all couldn't give her no socks or nothing or something.
Man, she wasn't gonna listen.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You
this
know
girls
what I
are
mean?
usually line of sight on most things, but like pretty feet can turn a 5 into a 7. I'm laughing my ass off inside right now. I'm just saying this is one of the funniest messages I've ever seen in my entire life.
You didn't hear this part though. You trying not to see this part. You said kids doesn't understand.
No, I was where I was coming next. I can't use your feet. I don't need your feet.
But you understand a pretty face versus an ugly face.
I'm
aware of many things.
Kids, it's
I'm
so
also
pretty
aware
feet
of-
versus
I'm-
ugly
I'm
feet.
also
Kids,
aware of-
listen, man. It all marries together when you're presenting. See,
Ain't
that's the part maybe
perfect.
you didn't
Like,
hear.
look, I will take my chances with some busted feet. Like I will.
Man, dog.
Busted feet, busted soul. You've
dog,
been warned.
She can. All she needed to do was not wear them goddamn flops.
Listen to this story. This is the worst story. Of all time.
Pantyhose, you know, something. Yeah, cover them shits up.
All she had to do to get this job was not wear open toe shoes. That's all she had to do.
To do was put some joints on her feet, man. And she'd have been fine, man. She'd have got that job with flying colors.
You hear this? In pharmaceutical sales, ladies, for all the ladies out there, no open toe shoes at the interview. You can take your chances after the fact, but not at the interview.
Mm-hmm. Get the job first.
Morals of the
Don't
story.
let them see your little piggies until the cookout or the pool party.
And on top of that, guess what her name was?
Ugly feet.
Petunia.
Olga. Her name was Olga.
Oh.
Well, that just means she was from Poland, and that's fine.
Yeah,
Maybe
they don't have a good foot care.
I was just gonna say maybe they don't have high-end foot care in Poland. I'm not sure about the
Them
situation
babies,
in Poland.
them baby was so naughty. I mean, they were just naughty, bro.
I'm just saying I know some pretty girls named Olga. 2 of them.
And you might, man, but I'm telling you, that one wasn't getting no job that day.
I don't know. I did a Uber.
Only two.
Hey, kid, she was getting ready to go work job fairs. You got to, you know, you're gonna be dealing with some everybody selling the company, and you're gonna get people. You're gonna be giving the card out. Hey, they're gonna be like, hey, can you come to my office I'm gonna be at the W at 7 o'clock. Can you come by there and give me some more details about the you know, the price cuts you can give me or whatever it is, the markup. You want to mark it up 5%. I think we should get it down to 3. Can you come up to my room at the W? That's the kind of job she was going to be having. And the way she carried herself, she was going to be in them fucking flip-flops. And he was going to be like, get that motherfucker out of here.
No, you're not. No
What
business.
kind of job is this?
She was going to be presenting. She's going to be
At the W Hotel?
I was the head salesperson. I was the head salesperson. And she unfortunately, I had to go in the W Hotel to talk.
What are you doing at the W Hotel?
Holding my own, goddamn it.
What is it? Another name?
They're gonna make you hold something, that's for sure.
Ain't nobody
I'm worried about this wholesale situation altogether. What organization? Don't out the organization.
They know who to play with.
Don't out the organization because we might get sued at the end of the day.
I ain't gonna never say that. You know what, kids? I was a newbie to the sales world for about a good 5 to 6 months until I understood that, you know, presentation and all of that kind of stuff that's important in the motherfucker, and you gotta hook them really, really early. You know, that shit is minuscule as far as the mind goes. But presentation and hooking them early, I realized then that, all right, you gotta use some beauty. You gotta use what's in front of you. Don't try to recreate the wheel. Don't, you know, like they make sliced bread, so work with it. And so beauty works, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm
they look you over from head to what?
Hell yeah. That's what I'm saying. Kids is a salesman, and he act like he don't fucking understand.
Look, right, next time you're in a sales meeting or in some corporate office, and you notice like some secretary or VP with some busted ass feet, just looking, ain't she ugly soul?
I'm gonna tell you the God honest truth. I never looked at nobody's feet in a sales meeting before. Like I'm just putting this out there. Now I do not sell pharmaceuticals, so that's a whole different game. It's a whole different situation, and that. Like there's some pretty women there, man. You know what I mean? So if you're trying to get into pharmaceutical sales, moral of the story is, you know, no open-toed shoes.
Get a pedicure.
It's almost like a guy that walks into a meeting and he's trying to sell something and his breath stinks. Heard him get this
not helpful
office. Heard me get this motherfucker out of my. He didn't have enough sense to even get a stick of gum, some mints, or something. He just walked up in here with his mouth stinking.
You know, and that's crucial as a salesperson because what you're doing all day, talking to people. And it's like, oh, the dragon. No, I ain't buying nothing you got to sell.
Little things like that, man, will cost you some money. You can't come up in there rolling up in there smelling like loud and your breath stinking and shit. Like I walked into an office right after a motherfucker that came in there like that. He was just a young, ignorant motherfucker that just smoked some loud in his car. And his breath was stinking, and he came in that motherfucker smelling like, and I walked in there after him, and I'm just like, and I noticed it, but I ain't say shit. I just sat down and waited for him to open the conversation, and he was just like, man, you better be better than this motherfucker that just left my office. Like that's the cologne for these little Rudy Poo motherfuckers. That's like they don't wear cologne loud as their cologne. They think it's acceptable.
Right, and it's like, nah, homie, you done fucked up. You know you fucked up, right? What Scroll say? If the saleswoman's feet is ugly, he don't even want the 50% discount. He'll pay full price elsewhere.
Man,
wow.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, bro.
I take my business elsewhere, you ugly.
It's like, hey, Trips, what do you, when you go shopping, what do you shop with?
Shopping bags?
Your eyes, right?
Oh, yeah.
You shop with your eyes, right?
Oh.
You shop with your eyes.
I thought you were gonna say with money, and
that's the same goddamn thing. Some ultra businessman is doing. He's first shopping with his eyes, and then he's listening.
Gonna look you over up and down. It's like, oh, okay, I'll listen to what you got to say.
Look,
But
I
if
ain't
you're
that
ugly,
sexy.
if you
I'm
smell,
coming to
if you
save
got
you
ugly
money,
teeth,
y'all. I'm just saying, I ain't that sexy. I'm coming to save you money. If you want a solution to the issues you have with your business, you call me. I ain't sexy. I will be wearing closed-toe shoes. I'm just saying, I'm things to note.
Ain't gonna throw you
on
out.
his business card, he got a picture of a troll.
They gonna throw you out, kids, because you probably smell like English leather. You ain't got your cologne game.
He said English.
Right.
Now, kids look like a gray flannel man.
No, I'm a cool water, baby.
Ooh,
Go old
retro.
school cool water, or
You
even
went retro
some,
on that.
You don't get,
some new school diesel, baby. Either
you
or
don't
some,
get that.
or some Dracar Noir. If we really going
Hey,
old
dog,
school,
hey,
we'll get
dog,
some
if you don't
Dracar.
get that shit to the motherfucking homeless man down the street, man, I'm gonna hurt you, man. Get
Yeah,
rid of
you
that.
look like you could wear some jupe.
Some jupe, not on
Hey,
purpose. No,
God.
that means dress in French. So I'm not gonna do that either.
Cuz you better get rid of that shit, man.
What, the cool water?
Level up, bro.
Level up, right? Okay, all right.
Level up. Get rid of that shit. That's your
All right.
daddy.
Hey,
That's
cool
me.
water. That's what Dougie Fresh was putting on, wasn't it? When he's getting ready, Slick Rick was getting ready for the show.
Snoop Dogg, bruh. Snoop
That was
Dogg.
the Snoop Dogg version I was putting on the
If you
cool
don't
water
level,
cologne.
you don't level your ass up. Just go buy you. I guarantee.
The scrolls I would though.
Go buy you a bottle of Jimmy Choo, man.
I don't care what Joy Taylor's feet look like.
Go buy you a bottle of Jimmy Choo, man, and that'll change the game for you. You'll know that you've been a little bit out of touch.
I like my diesel, man. My diesel's pretty good, but same token,
All right.
you know, cologne.
All right, I gotta get out of here. I just got the gas face.
Oh, you got the X.
I got the gas face, like the real one. Like that one. It was bad. So we gotta get out of here, man. Let me give out some pleasantries. Thank you guys for being here. And let me pull up my stuff so I can make sure I'm ready to close the show out right. Thank you guys for being here, man. We've been in here for 4.5 hours. And guess what? It was a good time doing it. You got 4.5 hours of nothing but raw Chicago Bears content. And my guy,
4 hours of Chicago Bears content and a solid 25 minutes of feet.
30 minutes of Chef Trips, who went and did his thing and got me curious about wanting to try some stuff in the kitchen in that regard. I'm curious about it. Matter of fact, as soon as we get out of here, I'm gonna go talk to my girlfriend about it, and I'm gonna ask her if they looked at it at work. And we're gonna see. We're gonna see what we can do there. I'm thinking about that meat and whether it should be turkey, ground turkey, some little bit of Italian sausages. I don't know. Maybe just ground beef. But it got me thinking, man. I was quietly thinking of some stuff while you was doing that trip. So I appreciated that, man. That was fun to watch. I didn't expect that, but that was real cool, man. I appreciated that. That was some good looking stuff. And I'm glad that I ate something before the show. So that was also cool. But thank you guys for being here, man. Chef Trips will be back when? At the end of the month, at the end of April, right?
I believe that's what he's scheduled for.
End of April. So once a month, Chef Trips will be here doing this thing. And I can't wait to see what he's doing next. Don't forget to follow Keds at Keds the Canuck, his YouTube channel. Go over there and make sure you give him some love. No maniacs don't disappoint us. Make sure you support Sport Chicago style, my guy Chef Trips, and all the 88 other personalities that he's got going on over there. Make sure you guys go over there and show him some love. Because if you're showing the love over here and you're not showing the love over there, I question y'all, man. Come on now. We all love each other around here. We all love each other around here. We want the same kind of love for everybody. And I hope you guys enjoyed yourself, man, because we enjoyed ourselves doing it. And I appreciate you guys. And as far as that running back group goes, don't get too upset about none of that. It was just me and the way I viewed these players that I've been scouting out for months and months and months. That's just the way I broke them down. Let me know how you break them down. Send us an email. Send us however you want to break them down, but send it to us and we'll bring it and put it up on the show. You see it differently, we'll put it on the show. But just send it to us in an email and we'll put it out. No problem whatsoever. You might differ with the way I broke it down. So I can accept that. But thank you guys for being here one more time. Before I leave here, got to make sure I leave here with these famous words. If you can think it and you can see it, there's no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. Do not, and I repeat, do not be a prisoner of your own mind. But with that being said, we are out.